วัสดีค่ะทุกคน Oh my God, I cannot believe that you wake up, and come to Jim Thompson for this beautiful event. Thank you so much. So as everyone know, my name is Kawita. I'm a director of the Jim Thompson Art Center. We operated under the James H.W. Thompson Foundation, which is this year is 50 years. So we already celebrate, our anniversary. And it's a great pleasure to welcome everyone here, all of you in today's public program. So at the Art Center, we have a mission as the same as the house, promoting Thai art and cultures. And also we do a lot of culture exchange program across multiple platforms, generations, and localities from both local, regional, as well as the global level. So we really believe deeply in supporting research, dialogue, and also new forms of knowledge production that strengthen our arts community. So today we are truly honored to host this important event, The Flow of History, Southeast Asian Women Artists. And then you see, bracket in Bangkok. So my friends will tell you more about, do we have another version as well? Yes, we have another version. This is the 3rd edition. And this project was initiated by the Paris-based Waew. What is Waew? Waew is Archive of Women Artists, Research and Exhibitions. And they collaborated with the AA or Asia Art Archive in Hong Kong. They share the aims is to bring together researchers, curators, and all fabulous people like you guys here, to talk and also to do research as well as rewrite the history of women artists. And this chapter, especially this cohort, we focus on Southeast Asia. But actually they do it around the world. I just heard from, my friend in Almaty that Waew also went to Kazakhstan. Can you believe it? So they're really active, in the whole world. I think it's very ambitious, but it's beautiful. Okay, so this year we mark the 3rd edition of this project, and we are delighted to welcome the whole team at the Art Center. So, and today the gathering serves as the closing program of Galleries Night, which is initiated by the French Embassy Bangkok, and they supported the reception. So please stay until the end of today's event. And we have a very rich and stimulating program ahead, so featuring leading experts from Thailand and across Southeast Asia, so who will share the insight and reflection of the 3 years program. And I invite everyone to stay with us until the end of today's. So before we begin, I would like to invite Nina Bowles, Waew's head of the international relations, and the program directors. So please welcome us. As well as Özge, Ersoy, the director of the newly appointed director of AAA, from Hong Kong. So they will share the overview and highlights of the program. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Gritia. Thank you everyone for joining us. I know that there's a competition outside, which is this gorgeous weather that we have today. As Gritia mentioned, it's an honor for us, both for Waew and Asia Art Archive, to be hosted at Jim Thompson Art Center and to be in conversation with all of you. We're very privileged to have our advisory committee members who have been with us and who have been leading the program with the 2 organizations. And you will be hearing from all of them later today. And we're also very privileged to have artists, curators, and writer friends from Thailand to be part of this conversation. Maybe one thing that I would like to add to how Gritia introduced the program is that one of the most interesting parts of the flow of history is that it functions at the intersection of scholarly research, curatorial work, and institutional practice. And that's the reason why with Nina we wanted to do a very short introduction to both of our organizations, to share a little bit more with you about where we're coming from and what we have been learning from this program and from all the artists that we've been speaking about. And I'll start with Asia Art Archive. Asia Art Archive is a not-for-profit organization that started in the year 2000 in Hong Kong. So this year we are celebrating our 25th anniversary. And since the very beginning, the mission remains the same. It is to document, preserve, and redefine art histories in Asia, in the region. And we do it in multiple ways, and I would like to speak a little bit more about that in a minute. But currently, when it comes to the resources that we've been collecting, we have our library that you can see in the background, and we have a digital archive, and that's basically our main expertise. One thing I wanted to share with you is that we really try to think about what archiving is or might be, and rather than thinking about the archives as containers or as vessels or as just collections, we try to think about it as a method to highlight the lesser known or under-examined histories in the region, as a method to trace the connections, and as a method to think about the communities. This is the library that hopefully some of you will be, will be able to host you in Hong Kong, I hope soon. It's a library that's open to the public, where we have one of the most comprehensive library collections about modern and contemporary art around the region. And this is also a space where we hold all of our public programs, our exhibitions, artist performances, so it's a library that's also quite active. And when it comes to the archival collections, as I was mentioning earlier, our expertise is digitizing archives. First of all, identifying archives in the region, digitizing them, organizing them, annotating all the records, and uploading everything on the website, with the understanding that archiving is becoming something that's more about shared custodianship and digital custodianship. So once the digitization is done, we would give the original materials back to the archive owners. So we won't have the physical materials, so it won't be about archive, about preservation of the original records, but it would be about an understanding of an archive that would be about dissemination and circulation. Especially in the context of the Flow of History program, this is one of the major questions that we've been discussing within the team and also with AWARE and our advisory committee. And I want you to give a couple of answers to this major question from the perspective of Asia Arts Archive. And the question is, how do feminist methodologies and sensibilities shape our work? One thing I want to emphasize is that we keep learning from artists themselves. With every single archive that we work with, we learn about artist-specific methodologies and their artistic sensibilities, and these are the elements that keep shaping the work that we do. In terms of the feminist approach, first, we focus on the lesser visible art histories. As the team, we've been thinking about what are the areas in art history that needs more scholarship and that needs more resources. And the way that we collect materials and resources, it's always in conversation to these areas where we can make an impact alongside many colleagues and artists and archive owners that we collaborate with. And gender diversity is one of these major lesser visible histories. Here we have a photograph from the manifesto from 2001. We're so privileged that we will be able to hear from the manifesto artists later today as well. And I wanted to show this slide because, again, the type of art histories that we'd like to advocate for are type art histories that are about communities and networks of people, rather than having just individuals and their artworks. It's more about how people learn from each other, how they organize things so that they can come together. So this is one of the focuses that we have as an organization as well. I mentioned about the digital custodianship. It's so important for us to provide open and free access to resources, and in my opinion, that's an extension of how the feminist approach influences the way that we think about accessibility. An artistic intervention into the archive, it's another answer I wanted to share with you. As an art archive, it's so important for us to keep working with artists. In this case, we have examples of Moana Chan's performance on the left and Simon Leung's artwork installation in the library. So as I was saying, we host exhibitions as well as programs such as performances. And these artistic interventions are so important for us, so that the archive is not just a repository of historical materials, but it's actively reinterpreted, and it's the readings are building on top of each other, and also there is the space for artistic speculation on these materials. And before I hand the microphone to Nina, I also wanted to emphasize that this is a collective effort. We work with a team of 40 people, but we are able to do this work because we work in collaboration with many artists, many scholars, and many like-minded organizations. And the Flow of History is one of these incredible collaborative research projects that we've been very privileged to be part of. So maybe here, Nina, I'll invite you to speak more about AWARE.
Thank you, Özge, and thank you, Gritya, for the introduction and also for hosting us here, and of course to the whole Jim Thompson Center team. It was really, we were very well welcomed. So I have to click, sorry. So I would like to share about AWARE to contextualize our work and the event here that is part of a program that is called Flow of History and that you just saw on the screen before. So I do not really want to comment very much on this screen, but AWARE is an NGO that has been created in 2014, and its main aim is to give visibility to women artists and to non-binary artists in histories of art, but we're also, of course, very much looking at what is happening today. So the impact to today's art worlds is really in the center of our work. And here you can understand why we are doing this work. And yeah, this also connects to Elle at Centre Pompidou. It's an exhibition at Pompidou Center that is very strongly linked to our history. It's an exhibition initiated and curated by Camille Moreno, who is our co-founder. And she made this show with a larger team. It was a hanging of the permanent collection of Centre Pompidou that took place in 2009. And that was a hanging during 2 years and a half, 2.5 million visitors. And the idea here was to show that you can tell the art history of this European, of course, modern museum of art through only works of women artists that were present in the collections, but that were very little shown. So this show was the history of art of this museum through the women's works. And when the team did this exhibition, they found that there were very little records on women's artists' works in the collection, that there was very little research done, and that's the starting point of AWARE. The idea is that when there is no research, that's rather an observation, then there is, the works are not shown, and they are not bought, and it's a kind of vicious circle in which we would like to intervene through sharing research and through encouraging research on non-binary and women artists. And AWARE works with several tools, but our main tool is really this website that you can also look up on the internet. The website contains more than 1,400 biographies of women and non-binary artists. From the 16th century now to born in 1975 or before. That's our chronology. There are also research articles, and that's very important for us to contextualize the trajectories of these artists in the database. The database is still the part of the website that is most consulted by web visitors. So we have each month more than 150,000 visits. So unique visitor-wise, it's like 80,000 unique visitors. So from all over the world, and this is really the aim, is to share very broadly this research, a research that is done by many people. We have more than 400, 500 authors, and we have very collaborative methods to come to these texts, and the program here is part of that, and is an illustration also of this effort to bring people to collaborate and to share their research. So this is to show you this part that is most visited at. is the database of women artists, and it's very much used by users just looking up one artist through Google because we're very well referenced, but also many professionals use it, and this filter system that you can see on the side is very useful to them. Many teachers, professors, and curators tell us that they use this for making their initial research, and then each biography is composed of a text, but also of images, and on the side you always find more information through web links, information on publications. So here you see Pinari Sampitak's biography, so we are really pleased to have her on the website since 2018, so even before we started this program aiming to include more Southeast Asian women artists, and we're happy to have some artists already for much longer time. And so apart from the website, we also do events like this one. We have a space in Paris where we also have a library. It's in the 15th arrondissement, and where we do educational program, residencies, and events, artistic interventions. And we also collaborate with partners worldwide to organize symposiums or seminars or events like this. And just a few words about our methodology to come to these texts. We work with networks and with research programs. So the networks, we have 3 of them. One is an academic network of professors from all over the world who work with their students to create text for the website. That was a way to decenter our approach and also a way to train younger people and sensitize them to gender questions. Then we work with museums where a lot of research is done that enters into exhibitions, sometimes in a catalog, but that is not available for longer time and not available online. So I think we share with Asia Art Archive this aim to disseminate very broadly this information. And NEST is a network of non-profit organizations. The aim here is rather to exchange with organizations that are similar to ours and that share similar concerns, and also the liberty to reinvent methodologies and ways of doing art history. And yeah. So I will finish here, and I will take back here in the second panel that is aiming to share reflections coming from this program, the flow of history. But just a few words. So we create these programs that look deeper into a specific question, medium, or geography. And part of these programs are events, but also always publications for the website. And the methodology here is to create these research committees. All members of our Flow committee are here today, and I would like to thank you all to be here and for the 3 years we had together and all the share you made. So I think I would stop here, and we can go to the first panel that is moderated by Özge. So I hand over the microphone to you.
Thank you, Nina. So as Nina mentioned, today we will have 2 panels, an artist presentation and also concluding remarks by 2 of our colleagues from Bangkok. And I would like to introduce the first panel, or the roundtable discussion, that's titled Building Archives and Research Methodologies. So as we talked about it, over the past 3 years, the Flow of History has been asking this seemingly simple but quite demanding question, that is, how are art histories of women artists in South Asia shaped, circulated, and sustained? And much of this work, of course, happens through archives. These are formal archives, informal archives, personal archives, or collective archives, as well as through research methods that engage with gaps, with silences, or with the labor of recovery as well. So the first panel that we have today, it focuses on these processes. We'll look at how archives are built, interpreted, and activated. And we'll also discuss methods that surface these dispersed histories that we're talking about. I think what we'll introduce through our speakers is that there are different aspects for our research toolkit. So we'll think about maintenance, we'll think about collectivity, we'll think about exhibition making, and also discomfort when it comes to thinking about methodologies themselves. So each speaker will give a 10-minute prompt grounded in a case study or a provocation. And after that, I will invite everyone to back here, and we'll move into a group discussion that will explore the shared challenges, methods, and also the next steps that we are considering. So it's my pleasure to invite our first speaker, Pamela Nguyen, Associate Professor of Art History at Fulbright University, Vietnam. Pamela researches modern and contemporary art in Southeast Asia within broader Asian and global context. And she will open our session by mapping the methodological landscape in which all of us have been working in. Pamela, thank you so much for joining us.
Sorry, I'm not very good at this. How do I go back? Okay, so I only click one button here. Thank you so much to the organizers and to Jim Thompson Art Center for hosting this wonderful, bittersweet event, the last event in our 3-year project. So I'm opening this first roundtable with some broad questions about what I call our terms of reference. It's sort of a loose use of terms of reference. And I'm hoping that these broader questions will continue to linger throughout the day as perhaps ways to think about the connecting threads between all of the case studies and biographies and individual forms of research that have been undertaken over the last 3 years. So I thought I'd start with these terms: woman, artist, feminist art, region, and Southeast Asia. Feminist art is not an explicit parameter of our project, but it comes up a lot in our discussions, and it is hard to avoid this term, and it does undergird the motivations for this entire project. And so the overarching question is, what is the role of the archive, or how can the archive challenge such overburdened terms? And if we think of them as pairs, woman and feminist artist, region and Southeast Asia, I was thinking about how the methodological issues that inflect the former pair also inflect the latter, whether there are questions and methodological problems that we see in this pair of terms, woman and feminist artist, that we can also ask about the concept of region and Southeast Asia. And more broadly, how can we use the work produced in this 3-year project to revisit the relationship between gender and space and place? So we know that woman, artist, well, woman and woman artist, feminist art, are unstable terms. The former, woman, is historically discerned as biological fact. The latter is a political project whose parameters and goalposts continue to be ever shifting, in line with the changing definitions and understandings of the former, along the dimensions of science, culture, geography, and class. Both of them experience varying degrees of resistance by the artists that they have been used to describe. The very resistance to the characterization of one's art practice as that of a woman artist or feminist artist also signifies the address of one's art and the context desired by the artist for the representation of them and their work. And I draw from an essay published on the AWARE website to synthesize the comments that I just made. Art as a form of minoritarian identity work related to gender and sexual orientation varies in its manifestations and identifications as such throughout geographical, cultural, and political contexts. Intersectional projects emphasize lines of solidarity through difference, yet they also generate controversy and exclusions. And I extract another quote from this essay published by Waew to hold on to this tension, the ways in which there might be resistance, but also investment in continuing to use this term. So now moving in what may appear to be a different direction, but I actually don't think it's that different, is the question of region in Southeast Asia. The perennial question for those of us working on so-called areas is presented here by Prasenjit Duara in a very succinct question or statement. We need to question how, where, and why a region appears. Southeast Asia is a fundamental parameter for our work in this project and offers a geographical point of departure for all the artists whose biographies have now entered the archive. So how does Southeast Asia appear as a region in this work and in the archive? The case for regionalism in Southeast Asia is often predicated on evidence of pre-modern maritime trade and religious networks and comparable systems of statecraft, sexual difference, and gender construction. And two very important studies on this are illustrated here. Barbara and Dia Watson's book, Ashley Thompson's book. Modern regionalism in Southeast Asia, which takes the form of ASEAN, stems from the imperial regionalisms of the 19th and 20th centuries. Such regionalisms may utilize the figure of woman to visualize syncretic geographies. And just as an illustration, I put a banknote from the former colony of French Indochina. Southeast Asia's regionality continues to be contested, yet desired, and efforts to justify it seem to be ever more concerted in the 21st century as the case for regional coherence proves more and more tenuous. What can we say about the region vis-a-vis the work we have been producing for this project, which takes Southeast Asia as a point of entry into the regional presentation of art? How might these artists trouble other regional frames, such as Soviet art, American art, East Asian art, Buddhist art? Can the works of women and non-binary artists from Southeast Asia show us new ways of thinking about the region as a cultural, social, and/or geographical space? How might other scalar investigations provide different and more productive ways of understanding regionalism within Southeast Asia? I'm sorry, I'm shamelessly plugging my own research here. A focus on cities, perhaps, or a subregion like the Mekong, would place more emphasis on locality and its presence in art. Could the archive yield such studies as a more productive field of comparisons within and beyond Southeast Asia? And so in conclusion, very broad now, overarching question. Waew as archive addresses these questions through a methodology that builds on biography as the foundational unit of a larger project of recovery, interwoven with short essays that function as think pieces. It allows visitors to develop their own transversal connections across the database. What more can be done to encourage these explorations across the archive, to encourage the researcher to propose lines of divergence, perhaps, that may be generative, even if controversial, rather than lines of congruence? And that wraps up my presentation for the roundtable. Okay. Thank you. That was very dramatic.
That was okay.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you so much, Pamela, and for laying out the foundational questions that we've been asking across all the research and curatorial projects that our advisory committee members, as well as the organizations have been working on. Our next speaker is Kasamaponn Saengsuratham, or Waew. Waew is a researcher and independent curator who uses anthropological and sociological frameworks to study the art world. She has led several important archival projects in Thailand, including the Canopy Project, which documents the history of group exhibitions in the country starting with the 1970s, and the archive of the renowned curator and educator Samboh Rodbun, which she will be speaking more about as a case study today. Thank you so much for joining us, Waew. You can click it, or if you prefer the other people to move the slide, you can also say next slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation as well, and today I'm gonna share my experience about my practice as using ethnographic fieldwork with while doing an archive work. And actually, the project that I will talk about will be traced back around 2 years ago. I think I may start around 2015. And announced it in 2016. So at first, let me introduce the project. How do I? Yeah. Okay. Actually, the project is quite easy to start. And my first goal is a simple goal to compile Ajahn Samboh writing into a book, and after that, it became something much more. And I will tell you how it became much more and more after I doing and correcting her writing. And to begin with, I want to introduce you to the Ajahn Samboh Rodbun to get to know her. If you are not familiar with her, she is regarded one of the pioneer, I think, curator as a woman curator in Thailand and also in Southeast Asia. And moreover, even at that time, during her time to begin in the late 80s, the curator word does not exist in the Thai. And still, and I can she used I can see that she used to describe herself in the text that she are the person who responsible for the exhibition. That it is true that the curator word doesn't exist at that time, and she not only a curator, but she also a lecturer at Silpakorn University of Faculty of Painting, Sculpture, and Graphic Art at that time. I think, but actually, even my assumption about her will be an curator at the first page, but more and more I work with her, I feel like she emerged not only as a curator, but also a writer and also educator. And I found that she had published an article, so many work since the late 80s until today. Even today, she is still write a project for the Ajahn Phura. And also she writes some an article for her student even now. And here are all the website as I try to compile her in the magazine, the journal, and unpublished paper and book chapter. I will go through that, what happened to everything. And this is a book that published. Actually, it's a free book and also have an online version. So my work is just, as I mentioned, that it should be easy, right? Just digitize and find the work or the text, but it's not that easy. And moreover than that, and actually when Ajahn Sompon was more active during the the early 90s and also till the 2000, she also we can say that in Thai art world is quite dominant by male artists, and also actually in her faculty at the earliest, she just a few women lecturer at the faculty. So actually when I talked with her, she also mentioned something struggle to work in the faculty as well. And however, she still play an important role behind the scene, even she's not an artist. And she organized international exhibition a lot. You can see the alter ego art and environment during the 90s. And also, not more than that, she wrote many texts and worked with many institutions, and also organizations like Japan Foundation, British Council, Australia Embassy, and Goethe, and Alter Ego is organized by EU as well. And of course, you can see that much of her work as a curator or managed work or management labor, mostly is invisible. And also that this, and I think luckily that she likes some text, and that's why we can see that this text become all this writing become her evidence of her hard working. That I think we have to talk how we can just, if she doesn't like this much of text, how can we recognize her management during that time? I think, and not only in Thailand, I think in every art world, I think they're gonna face this same situation, that a lot of male artists and the one who behind the scene, the one who manage all everything for the exhibition or transportation or the logistics, most of the labor still women even now. I think, and we just need to maybe, how can we archive this work? How can we archive this labor work? And I don't know, I don't have an answer, but I think it's a good question that for me, if we are talking about the movement art history or women archiving in the art world, I think this is also this topic or this, or the art management also have to include as well. And for Ajahn Sompon, I think she writes a lot of topic, and one of this is from the books, and I try to select some writing and categorize into the topic, and also she also write about the women issue in Thailand as well. As you can see in the topic since the 1997, and what is her argument is just really important. She don't agree, and she often agree that Western feminist idea cannot simply used to understand Thai artists, Thai women artists, and she also suggests that we should understand Thai women artists within our own context, own cultural identity that's quite different from the Western idea. And sometimes she's even argue that even Thai, for her perspective, even Thai women maybe seem too fragile outside, but actually we have a strong personality. We have to responsibility for everything in the society. So that's why she argued that we have to understand the women artists in their own context. And I think this is like, even it's her idea and her point of view to explain that how we understand Thai women artists. But I think this is quite interesting at that time, that why she denied all the Western idea and she appropriated or question into a Thai context. And moreover, as you can see on the slide, some of her texts will be like in Thai and some will be like in English and with no translation. So that's why I have to do like a bilingual translation for her writing, that I want everyone to can access her idea during that time. And however, for start as my practice, of course, I'm not doing, and when we're talking about it, doing an archive, it should start like the document alone, right? But for me, I'm not start as a working a document by itself, or as I always start with a conversation. I always start by talking with her, let her share her memory and experience, and by this, for me, like by doing ethnographic blend, the conversation was as important as the document itself. And for me, the archive was not found only in the writing material, but also in everyday encounter and memory, and even how one person struggled about the memory, about at that time what he faced with. And also that's why like listening, observing, and spend time with Ajahn Somporn became my central role, and how I came to understand her work. And also like one example is like when I talk with her, like I think like maybe like 6 months later after I gathering all her work and I get a plenty of it, right? And one day she just come up with an idea. I just remember that I wrote some text during the 890 in the magazine, Thai magazine. And I never heard about the title of the magazine before, and it is Ban Magazine and Thong Lok. And I even asked her that, do you really have this magazine? Really? I never heard of it before, but okay. So after that, I just look up into the library, like my university library, and luckily I found some issue at National Library, and that's why like the archive, and I use the, like it's quite hard to use and to use an archive at National Library, like they open just 8 to 4 and they stop at noon as well, so it's not easy to work. And actually when they close at 4, actually they close at 3:30. 4 is mean that the library closed and we have to leave before. And so for me, after like for me, like the process of working together with Ajahn Somporn, talking, sharing, conversation with her all the time, and also doing and digitizing and correcting all the writing. This all process, like for me, is realize that the archive is not fixed, and it can shift to dialogue, memory, and time. And the archive became not only a source of information, but also it's a living process that we have to dig to. And in the end, the project is moved beyond just a book, and it become an online database, and also I want to like make her writing easier to access for the public. But unfortunately now the website is down. Because I don't think like maybe it's a problem that because I'm doing the project by independent, and I have to work with the grant is limited to the project, and when there's something wrong, I need to find someone to fix it. So it's down for a while, but actually the archive still in my Google Drive, and I think that I just have to find a way to activate it soon. And however, like luckily, even I'm doing like independent, and this project is grant funding from many supporters like Faculty of Painting, Sculpture from Silpakorn University, and later all the symposium that I do, and also a workshop is supported by Education Department at BACC. And also I got support a lot from the private sector, private gallery. I don't know, maybe I'm lucky at that time, like in Thai art world, we always mention that we hardly have art book. And so everyone want to support us at that time. And so we have like a free books and a free online books, and also a symposium and a workshop, and I think for me this is the project is not about only a book anymore, and it's about keeping Ajahn Somporn legacy, Ajahn Somporn ideology alive to dialogue and research and share reflection. So the archive become more than a storage, it become an activate platform, and where her ideas continue to go and remain relevant today. I think this is all about Somporn project, and you can still download the file for the book. And also I think BACC have some for the original copy of it as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Waew. I think this idea that having the archive as a living practice, as an evolving practice, is very much connected to our next speakers. So it's my pleasure to have Varsha, Nair, and Marni Williams. Please join me on the stage. Varsha is an artist and member of Waew Manifesto, and Marni is the publications manager at the Power Institute at the University of Sydney, and a member of the Waew Manifesto Waew Anthology editorial collective. So they will speak together about the evolving Waew Manifesto archive. Varsha will speak about its decades-long maintenance and collective stewardship, and Marni will extend this into the editorial process about the upcoming anthology project that she's been part of. Thank you so much for being on stage.
You go first, yeah? Oh, okay. Is mine? Oh, do you want to go first, or do you want me to ask them? I can go. You can, it's already. Okay, I said to Marni, you go first, but then my slide is here, so I'll go first. Well, I was going to lead up. Actually, I was going to let Marni lead, because we were going to talk about the anthology, which we've been working on in the last 1 week, and we did the soft launch day before. So the whole digital world, and then I'm going to talk about what archiving Waew Manifesto has been over the years. So when we started back in '97, archiving was not a word. We were basically documenting, and we were saving these documents. So it was one of us making albums, Nitya, filing away papers, which was me, collecting all of these little documents that we thought were important to keep. So it went, and I'm going to just fast forward and jump to sort of the time when in 2018, when we started to work on the material that had gathered over the years and various projects, which was boxed up and living with me, as I moved, I lived in Bangkok. I must have moved 5 homes whilst I was living in Bangkok, and these 2 archive boxes always went with me. Sometimes they were stored under my bed. They had to be in an air-conditioned room because that was the only way I knew of making sure the humidity, termites, whatever, didn't get into the material. So either they were in my husband's office room, which the air condition would be running most of the day, or they would be in the bedroom. So the archive moved around, pretty much unopened, the boxes, until sort of 2018, when we started to talk about showing the archive with Roger Nelson, Yvonne Lowe, and Claire Wheel in relation to symposium they'd organized both in Bangkok and in Sydney, and meeting with John Tain, who approached us and talked to us about digitizing the archive for the research collection for Asia Archive. So there was this moment of opening up these boxes in my studio in Bangkok, and it just became a very powerful moment for us to touch this material again. I want to talk about what it is to be working with analog materials and then going into the digital world. So up until our projects in 2003, we were analog. So all our documents, our photographs, slides, we lived in both those worlds, where we touched both those worlds, from analog going into digital. So we have typewritten documents, faxes, photocopiers, photocopied documents, etc. And then when we were working on it, what was interesting was to touch the photographs, the slides, the contact sheets, etc. And when it came to post-2003, we just found ourselves very reluctant to start looking for photographs and in our external storage drives. It was just so tedious. The fact that you didn't have all of this material in front of you to be able to touch it. I'm just showing this because at a talk in Lucerne, where I sort of mentor and teach part-time, I presented a talk about after the archive was digitized by Asia Archive. I was invited to do this talk, and it was at the same time, around the time after I'd moved back to India in 2018, and around the time when we started to talk about looking for our old works as well, that I realized that Nitya's paintings, which were shown at the first Womanifesto exhibition, were all eaten up by termites. And in my move to India, the boxes which were stored over the next monsoon period, when I went back to them, some of the boxes were eaten up by termites, so I lost some of my drawings, a few artworks. I had this thing about, this idea about anthills and archives, like termites and storage. What does it mean in our climate? How do we deal with this? And this whole question about the digital, losing the digital as well, because the website got hacked, Womanifesto website got hacked. I got a computer stolen, an external hard drive broke down, all kinds of digital trauma. So my whole journey, in a way, was to try, and if you go back to the first slide, how do I go back to the first slide? To talk about the reality of our climate and the digital archive, and digitizing stuff, and this, this beautiful termite-eaten paper, which is an artwork in itself. So all of these things were collapsing in my head, and I was like, okay, how do we go from digital to analog? Because one of the things that the archiving, yes, we've got all the data, we've got all the documents, the facts, but the moments that we live through around projects, in between projects, those are very hard to archive. So, can I go to the video? There's a little video.
I think they're doing it.
Oh, no. Okay, whilst they open it. In 2023, when we met for Manifesto Flowing Connections, there was a bunch of us who were here, and there's a sound as well. And we had this very amazing WhatsApp group. Most WhatsApp groups are not amazing, but this one was just crazy WhatsApp group. We ended up doing all kinds of things, making our own avatars. We just, we were just girls having a lot of fun. And this was something we really didn't want to lose as a conversation. So my colleague, Lena Eriksson, who also is part of Manifesto, and she teaches as well in Lucerne, and she did a presentation of her time in Bangkok around Manifesto Flowing Connections to introduce Ban Manifesto to her students. And for that, she printed out our WhatsApp conversation, which we turned into a WhatsApp cinema, I guess. This was installed, this little device was made up by this wonderful carpenter, Jamila's place. And this device was made up to exhibit with the archive in Sharjah. So one of the things also is that we didn't end with the digitization of the archive at AGR Archive. There's so much that has happened since then, and now we're in a position where we have to think about which is almost all, it is digital. So we are now in the position of thinking about what we're going to be doing with all this material since 2018. And a lot of it, like photographs that are archiving the showing of the archive, for instance. How do we think about this? So, so we're going from digital to analog, where we are actually going to be printing out a whole lot of photographs, whatever material we can, and making more albums, which we know we are good at, which Nitya is wonderful at putting together, and back to sewing covers for the album. So yeah, it's analog to digital, digital to analog. That's really the journey of the archive, and more and more and more keeps being added as we, like now, this anthology session, that is going to go into the archive. Thank you.
So Varsha's been talking about going analog to digital, digital to analog, and back and forth, archives within archives, photographing the archive within photographs. What might be apparent is that, and it is at least something that I think is really remarkable with Waew Manifesto, there's a comment, and I won't remember the quote directly, but you and others who have been a part of Waew Manifesto for the 3 decades in which it's been operating, that not waiting to be recognised in institutional archives has meant that Waew Manifesto has recreated forms of archiving and practices of memory making together, and it's quite a big part of their collective practice. So I am going to, really quickly, I'm going to basically, I guess, skim through. This has been a really, really rich project. So I'm a publications manager at Power Institute Foundation. We're at University of Sydney. So in the past, we have, and we're on unceded Gadigal land. Am I clicking? Yeah, okay. Okay, so just going to... Okay, it might be a bit slow. Give you a little... Okay, great. GIFs are working. Okay, so we've been talking about this anthology. So it's both a visualization of the Asia Archive digitized records. So it's a visual repository of a kind. And it's also an anthology with newly commissioned texts and recollections, reflections by artists in different media and different languages. So there's been a lot about working with Womanifesto that has been ways of treating memory as a practice and then trying to work out how to reform publications and academic publishing from our perspective so that it doesn't reinscribe particular categorizations, linearity, text-centric, narrative-forming ways of telling histories. So one way we have approached this is to treat the Womanifesto archive as a series of nodes of equal interest and value. And rather than applying themes, which often in a book, for example, come from an academic's perspective or a curatorial perspective, instead of applying themes to the archive and having that be a way to navigate through, we've basically split into makers, makings, musings, and materials. So this is part of an infrastructure project. These are the types of things Power has been producing, very traditional books. So the big questions that have come out of this, there's basically 4 really big takeaways that Womanifesto Waew has provided in terms of methodologies. And those methodologies have also flown into how we've approached infrastructure. And the first is not to think about archives, publishing, repositories, materials as separate entities, but to get back towards, I showed earlier on a slide with Indigenous story work methodologies, and to really get to asking questions that are more about ways of being, ways of doing, ways of seeing, and ways of knowing. So there's a lot that I've gotten from this project that I will take into future ones. Not sure why that's not changing over. That's okay. Well, look, the main thing is that if we merge these ideas together between archiving and records and put them into connection and focus on the things in between, my hope is that we are connecting archives. A lot of digitised archives reinscribe the hierarchies and the biases in what gets collected and the stories that often get reinscribed and told. And one way that gets countered is often by commissioning counter-narratives or subjective histories from individuals. So it's a lot of weight to put on individual stories to counter the heaviness and the hierarchies of established archives. So by trying to focus on the connections, the nodal connections between people and entities, we're trying to make a more associative, exploratory way of uncovering archive amongst the context of the commentaries of the anthology at the same time. And to come back to Varsha's point finally about toggling between the physical archive, the materiality and the embodied kind of experience of being with analogue materials, and then instead of trying to replicate that, we can't do that through an interface. We have thought through how the nodes themselves become their own kind of journey. So, and how to have immersive experiences that are to do with commissioning not just text from people, but video narratives, talking to their work. We have animated drawings. And we hope this is something that will become a bit more of a model for somewhere that's a small foundation that hopefully combines research and publishing together. But it's been a really, really fruitful partnership and we've learned a lot from it. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Varsha, and thank you, Marni. Marni talked about archives as living practices where the relationships are the most important elements that we wanted to look at, and creating research journeys around these archives as well. So our next speaker, Grace Samboh, will also talk about some research journeys, but through the form of exhibition making. So Grace, I'd like to invite you to join me. Grace is a researcher, curator, and member of Hyphen, based in Yogyakarta. And her work on the late artist Kustia and her contemporaries has been explored through a series of exhibitions. And Grace will be sharing more about her work with us. Thank you, Grace.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Özge, for the introduction. Forgive me. Can we go back to the blank slide, please? Because I will forget where we are at. Forgive me for today. I will not be talking about artists and artworks. But some of the ones that we will be speaking about is already up on Aware's website. I will be talking about one of Hyphen's research trajectory that is now titled Kustia et al. A research that began from repeated encounters with around 35 paintings of Kustia. We first encountered these works in the house where she lived most of her life. Her granddaughter is one of our really good friends. In 2015, in commemoration of the 1,000 days of her passing, her husband and family opened a space in her name. It's called Gria Seni Haja Kustia Edi Sunarso, the House of Art of Kustia Edi Sunarso. In this museum-style place, we came across several news clippings that are framed and hanged. Young Kustia painting in front of the first President Sukarno. This is in the painting studio in the art school in Jogja. Another one is young Kustia painting by the beach. Adult Kustia, finally, she's not that young. In the opening of her exhibition together with Siti Ruliati and Kartika. Both Ruliati and Kartika bios are also already on the Aware website. In the photo, there is also Dr. Hurustiati, who made Indonesia's first fine art exhibition in London. Hurustiati officiated this three painters exhibition in Balai Budaya Jakarta 1963. So around the time of this exhibition, in August 1963, I'm veering away a bit from where I'm supposed to be talking about because of our conversation yesterday, Giap. Around the time of that exhibition, their works of these three artists and more were part of a larger socialist leftist solidarity network exhibition that was on the way from Warsaw to Shanghai. Anyway, that's not the topic for now. So our entry point to this research trajectory, Kustia et al., literally is Kustia and her peers, her contemporary, her friends, were quite literally of images. They're not archive, nor document, or written materials. First, images by Kustia. Images by Kustia. Namely her works in forms of paintings, printmakings, drawings, sketches, sculptures. Now we have almost 300 works in our ongoing database. Second is of photographs of her works in different arrangements or different form of display from her house to exhibitions. And third is her friends' works that depicts her or uses her as model or as subject matter. And also portraits of hers in photographs and portraits of hers by, painting collections of hers by other artists, some of them who painted her portraits. So she was our starting point. From looking closely at her works, her life, her collection, we started to learn about her peers, those who we weren't taught about in art history, not in art schools, and we didn't read them in books. Those who were not easily searchable in the internet 15 years ago. This entry point of ours was really not a grand hypothesis or not any desire to recover a forgotten figure. Her peers did not forget her. Once we started interviewing people, this was immediately confirmed. Once we started, and artists 1, 2, 3 generations after her knew her pretty well. They even know her peers, her different local circles. So we started questioning why did the traces of like a long and steady practice appear only in fragments? Did the archive fail its role? Or how do one write art history? Does it have to be the singular one? With all these materials that we have now gathered, what kind of archive can we make? What kind of histories can we now write? So the idea of researching Kustia as a bounded or autonomous figure was itself the limitation. Her practice did not unfold in isolation. It grew in like a relational world. She belonged to a social fabric where art was not centered on singular authorship, but woven through shared spaces, shared labor, and shared teaching. To insist on studying her alone would reproduce the canon's demand for individual artistic identity, for the genius, a framework that her world did not always prioritize. So this was how the research emerged, not also the name Kustia et al. It's not as an expansion, but as a correction. The archive that we are now making made it clear that the singular Kustia could not stand without the et al. By reading her alongside these relations, her practice became legible, not through exceptionalism, but through context, proximity, and persistence. We decided to continuously follow that logic. So this research trajectory have become an exploration of how artists live, work, and made things together in mid-century Yogyakarta. How training, household labor, and the infrastructures of the everyday. In other words, the et al. Was not simply an addition. It became our method. The method opened a different way of writing art histories, once grounded in relations, not in heroes. In practice, not in creations. In the everyday, not in the monumental. So one may ask, like, so what really is the method? How do we conduct research when the archive is partial, domestic, scattered, or when simply official record doesn't care or doesn't even exist? We, of course, did not begin with theory. The theories arrived later when we needed some sort of language to explain what we were already doing. I think one useful concept to think about the method is a vernacular archive, or some say counter archive. They are materials that were never meant to be the archive in an institutional sense. They remind us that archives are not only state repositories, even though they're useful, or museum holdings, also useful. Archives are also what people keep at home, what they frame in their walls, what they store under their bed or in the husband's office, and what people talk about in passing conversations. Counter-archive emerge when the official documents are missing, damaged, or never produced in the first place. It also appears when you start reading around these gaps, instead of pretending that the gaps are not there, or trying to not acknowledge these gaps. This thought fits our situation almost perfectly because materials are dispersed across different family homes, different personal drawers under different people's beds, in different old albums, and some even in community spaces. But their absence in the national narrative actually doesn't mean the history is gone. It just means that we need to make the archive differently. We can do it through paintings, photographs of paintings, people's memories, teaching lineages, scraps of event listings, clippings, and even gossips. The method here is not restoration, but it's assembling an ecosystem of evidences, of things that was always there, but not yet articulated. Another useful idea would be, I think, relational and para-institutional historiography. That histories are not made in places adjacent to institutions. Not outside, not against, but parallel. I think hyphen works in this parallel space. We do not try to replicate the museum, but we do not reject it. We recognize the different collectives, sanggar, domestic spaces, artist boarding house, dormitories, archives, kept by grandchildren, artist friends, stories told during coffee breaks, gossips whispered around. We recognize them all as legitimate historiographical infrastructures. So when we say Kustia et al., I think we are acknowledging that the artistic life unfolds in webs of relations, not in individual careers. The method here is to read these relations seriously, to treat them as material evidence, not as some sort of nuance or background. This also gives us permission to treat friendship as historical force, not as sentimental footnote. To end my provocation today, I'm glad that these three painters from the exhibition in I keep hitting my computer. From the exhibition in '93, have recently been exhibiting together again. Yeah, we can explore this more in the discussion. Sometimes in smaller scale, other times with larger groups of friends, more peers, and most recently, actually the show is still up until now in Jogja, most recently in a different composition of friendship. This is Kustia, Ruliati, and Sriani. The exhibition is titled, no, this is the last slide. The exhibition is titled Kebebasan Manusia Perasa, Freedom of the Sentient Being. This exhibition shows works that after almost 10 years, 8 years, looking at this material, searching for more, talking to different people, this exhibition gathers works that we've only seen in WhatsApp photos. They are from different family houses, different cities that we could not afford to go and all that. So it's sort of an update from where we started in around 2016, 2018. And we are also really happy because there are other people doing similar kind of work, like what Waew was talking about. In 2019, there was our researcher, scholar friend, Brigitta Isabella, who's currently also writing an essay article for Aware. She collected writings of Oy Sian Yok, a female critic from 40s to 60s. She was active in 40s to 60s. Yeah, the exhibition title came from one of her remarks on the paintings of Sriani, which is which one? The one in the middle. That's Sriani's painting. So freedom of the sentient beings is currently what is in our thoughts in how we pursue to speak about these artist works. I think that's it from me now. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Friendship as a historical force, for me, it's an extension of how Wu Manifesto talked about the ethos of the collective. So I'm very happy that you're in conversation with the Wu Manifesto's way of thinking and being and thinking about the archive as well. So our final speaker is Yvonne Lowe. Yvonne is a lecturer in art history and museum studies at the University of Sydney. And she'll focus on some of the difficult and uncomfortable art histories, including the recovery of colonial women artists. Thank you, Yvonne.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure how much time I have, but I'll stick closely to my notes to make sure that I do it under 10 minutes. It's been a real pleasure to be here. I think I would begin with a case study, so it's an ongoing research on Catherine Sim, and then I'll wrap up and elaborate briefly on archive building, which is what we've been talking about, the notion of recovery, and also feminist methodologies more broadly. So in my work on Malayan-based colonial, okay, let's try and get used to this. So I want to move backwards to this page. So Catherine Sim is a Welsh woman. She's been based in British Malaya for over 20 years. She's married to a customs prevention officer. And I came upon her first, when I came upon this work. So this painting here that we see of a very sweet Malay girl is the only painting that we have of her as an example, in this case of art history with no art. So this is one example of her work that is currently in the National Gallery of Malaysia. I entered the inaugural collection, and it was painted in 1949. And then that basically led me down a rabbit hole. It started with very basic questions. Who is she? And I came upon this book that was written by her. The first edition was published shortly after the war. And then there's a second edition in 1969 where she had a foreword that she added to it, correcting some of her early views of Malay people. So I want to say that because of her surname Sim, she was often mistaken and confused with being a locally born Malayan painter. And for a period of time, she was this mysterious figure. People talk about Catherine Sim, but nobody really knows who she is. She thought that she's Malayan, she thought she's Chinese. And she's described in Malaysian art historical discourses, often in passing, as that person whose whereabouts are unknown, but important because she's a woman. And she's also important because she's a woman from the young nation. And I'm talking about a source written as early as 2022. Now, this oversight, of course, would change the significance of this painting and its relationship with the national collection, which is that this painting is not a work by a nation's painter, but by a colony's painter. And beyond such misrepresentations, Catherine Sim, like the many colonial women artists that I've since traced, who were active in British Malaya for brief to extended periods before independence, were largely forgotten or perhaps strategically excluded in nationalist accounts. And so an example of what I mean by that is that they are often excluded from canonical narratives and national surveys such as this one here. So I think Sim as a case study really presents some very interesting and challenging questions or methodological challenges. She was professionally serious, so she published anthropological research in journals. She studied Malay language to examination standard. She translated Malay Pantun, which is the only known British woman who has translated Malay Pantun. She authored at least 10 books, so 5 novels and 5 nonfiction works. She maintained a professional painting practice for 2 decades. And yet this expertise was deployed through colonial frameworks and primitivist aesthetics. There's no time for me to elaborate too much into this, but I'll just share with you an excerpt that I pulled out from her book, The Malayan Landscape. She said, the Malays were good to paint. The men have that little boy look which is so attractive, and the women bashfully droop their heads, shy and demure. I could not offend the modesty of Muslim Malay women by asking them to pose in a nude, but it was a disappointment not to be able to do any studies of Malay nudes. So this passage contains multiple registers simultaneously. There is the appeal of differential qualities in the colonized, the professional artist's eye sorting bodies into painterly material, and the academic painters lament at cultural prohibitions. Now, these are not separate observations, but a unified colonial gaze, one structuring 2 decades of artistic production. Now, Sim later on identified as an ex-Malayan, so she calls herself an ex-Malayan. Upon leaving, independent Singapore and Malaysia in 1960, claiming intimate knowledge and affection for a place that she never belonged to politically, she occupied what might be called no man's land, distant from British society where she originated, yet permanently external to Malayan communities despite 20 years of residence, Malay fluency, and cultural study. Her professional seriousness demands attention. Her colonial positionality resists celebration. She cannot be easily dismissed, but she also cannot be easily placed. Sim's marginalization was multiply determined, not simply gender-based. As a colonial wife holding no official position, she was excluded from colonial art histories that focus on male officials. As a colonizer, she was excluded from anti-colonial nationalist narratives celebrating independence. As an ex-Malayan who left, her materials scattered across continents. As someone working across disciplinary boundaries, and we've seen painting, writing, journalism, anthropology, she fell through institutional cracks. So recovering the story of Catherine Sim also entailed for me really building an archive, where an archive did not exist. There were no papers on her practice in any institutional collection. There is no systematic collection of her paintings. There was just that one painting, Selma, that single painting in a national collection, that one painting, and traces. Right, I found just really a stroke of luck when I came across an entry in a catalog where her work was listed, and I found that her son's name is Jonathan. And of course, I found many digitized newspaper. So what I discovered, scattered across digitized newspaper databases and library catalogs, was very substantial. So over 50 articles published in the Straits Times, the Singapore Free Press between 1947 and 1966, often as regular weekly columns. Her early articles highlighted cultural sites and places of interest around Penang, temples, monuments, nature parks, cultural festivals. From 1949 to 1950, she wrote cover features for Singapore Free Press, sometimes weekly, and each essay accompanied by her ink sketches. She wrote scholarly pieces for the Straits Times Annual, alongside anthropologists and historians like Wong and Richard Winstead. She published articles on minority communities, and she illustrated all her own novels. So what I realized is that recovering Sim meant building an archive that had never existed and ultimately assembling fragments, which we've heard today as well. That's usually how we built an archive. Constructing an archive from dispersed, unrelated sources that institutional structures do not recognize. And in this regard, archive building serves as a kind of feminist intervention. And looking back for me, as a recovery methodology, it involves data mining, yes, cross-referencing scattered mentions across decades, reconstructing career trajectories from fragments, identifying patterns in regular contributions, diversifying sources across published books, journalism, scholarly articles, paintings, and illustrations. And I wanted to show you, and I forgot to bring, but the books that I actually bought from Etsy.com. I managed to trace some of the books. I have utilized digital databases and enlisted the capacity of digital tools to source for disparate materials. And so the archive that I built includes a chronology of her Malayan residence, a bibliography of published work, a catalog of journalism and illustrations, a critical framework for reading her colonial gaze, and an argument for why she matters despite discomfort. So I've described this as difficult recovery for two key reasons. One being the content, that is what is being recovered, is uncomfortable. Colonial gaze, primitivism, complicity in imperial structures. And second, being that the method of recovery in this case does not mean necessarily re-interrogating sources, like in some cases. It actually requires archive building and not archive mining. Well, merely archive mining. There's no archive to speak of. I'd like to now wrap up with some thoughts. Archive building as recovery practice challenges us to work with fragments, confront absences as evidence, and understand that some recoveries can be uncomfortable, for want of a better word, where we recognize that the difficulty is methodological as well as political. The archive is not neutral. It reflects who had power and what was valued and who could demand preservation. In this case, Sim's archival absence could suggest that colonial wives were not worth preserving, or that women's artistic labor were not collected systematically, and how uncomfortable colonial figures were doubly erased, how journalism and illustration were not valued as art. And so recovering Katherine Sim is not, I think, about compensation, histories, or a celebration. It's about understanding how colonial women wielded cultural authority, how post-colonial nations inherited problematic legacies, how feminist art history must grapple with women who were both oppressed by patriarchy and complicit in colonialism. And in this case, archival absence is produced not accidentally, but structurally. So feminist recovery sometimes requires building the very archive that makes recovery possible. Creating conditions of possibility for future scholarship by assembling evidence that was never collected, and to use Eileen Ramirez, our colleague's metaphor, our friend and colleague from last year, making legible what institutional structures rendered illegible. And that's all I have. I hope I've done enough in the 10 minutes that I've given.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Maybe we can stay here, and I would like to invite all the speakers to join us on the stage, please. We have a little bit more than 10 minutes. I'm aware of time. So I'd like to share a couple of reflections from my side. I would love to ask the audience members to see if you have any comments on questions from your side. But for me, one of the most striking things across all the presentations that we heard today is that much of the work that you talked about, it's really about gaps. We're speaking about gaps in the record, gaps in invisibility, and gaps in recognition as well. And as you mentioned, we've seen that these recovery projects, they're not only about collecting materials, but it's really about rethinking the ways that we engage with what survives or what we choose to see. As Grace, you said, these are not expansions, but these are corrections. So this is a very specific position that we're talking about. And my question for all of you is that we talked about how you decide what to make visible. And I'm wondering if you could share a little bit more about what you prefer or what you decide to keep unresolved and or open-ended in the way that you work around these recovery projects.
I don't know who wants to start.
I have a very easy answer for that. Like what we by far decide to not yet make visible are her personal photos. Family photos, personal photos, not only Kustia, but also the figures around her. The personal photos, especially candid photos, we chose to not. I mean, we digitize everything, but we chose to not show. Even chose to not deal with yet. Yes.
Could you say why?
Because at this point, I think we are not yet to the level in which we could create proper biographies, make proper biographies of all these people. So we chose to begin with talking about the works, because those are what are made for public, made to be exhibited at least. Maybe some are not necessarily for public, like Ruliati portraits of her family members, but these are the ones that they make for other people. So those are the ones that we begin to deal with, and their personal histories are of course conflicted with so many social, political, and even contemporary security situations. So let's deal with it. I mean, when we have better administration or something.
I think maybe not so much in the case of Catherine Sim, but maybe in relation to other research that I've been working on. I think that in the case of this sort of recovery work or writing of women's histories, very often they are also driven by the family. And I must share with everyone that I personally also feel that it is important for me to work with the family to make sure that they are comfortable with us sharing certain aspects of that history in public. So this is very, very different from the case of Catherine Sim, where there is, which I find that she's been triply marginalized or doubly marginalized, where you don't find her in nationalist art histories in the case of Singapore or Malaysia, for good reason, I suppose, right? There's, it has to be contextualized, but there was no impetus in the national context to want to bring forth or foreground her story at all. And then, of course, in the case of I guess the British Empire, because she's been outside of England for so long and distant from communities and networks, she's been forgotten in her own country as well. And so in this case, this would be an example of where the family would play an immense role in bringing forth her story. And I've not been able to get in touch with her family. Yeah, that's my little contribution to this.
For me, for Sampawn case, I don't think that I faced that issue because all the writing material is already published. And what I'm struggle will be like some maybe, I think because of I have to ask permission for the publishing to grant permission that we're gonna digitize them and we're gonna publish in online. And is it okay for you that we're gonna do this for free access? This is my hard doing, but for other my archive project for an artist, I also face great for if we like, I found a lot of personal note, bank account, and old passport, old ID. That is, we cannot like share this to the public. This is too personal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I echo that. I mean, firstly, the material, first being started to be shown in public, that was quite a realization that, oh, it's really out there now. And we've not really discussed this, but I think it's kind of something that I know of three of us, at least one, are currently in charge of all the materials. We would not like, we would not share the personal correspondence, for instance, related to planning of the projects, the frustrations, the complaints, which is all, even if we are talking hard facts or discussing works or a list, we are sharing a list of things, and like there'll be a little paragraph at the bottom to say, and by the way, I'm really upset about whatever. So I think these emails and or WhatsApp messages we would not like to make public, because if we were thinking of making a certain email, for instance, a document which we think is really important to put into the archive, because it's giving you a kind of idea of how planning of an exhibition went or something, but then if it has this personal component to it, we don't want to edit the document to edit out that personal component. I mean, that would be not true to the document. So, yeah, these are considerations.
I have a bit of a different take on gaps and silences and fragments because of the nature of the project that's quite different to other forms of art historical recovery. Because we're dealing with Wu Manifesto directly, contemporary artists with whom we've been forming relationships ourselves. But the gaps and silences or the difficulties are actually more to do with representing Wu Manifesto. Some of the questions that have come up in our conversations, one just the other day was, how do you have an archive of friendship, or how do you see the relational aspects of Wu Manifesto? There's a lot of the projects where, and there's part of the ethos, as I understand it, is also about the experiences of coming together, but not with productive outputs as predetermined, or not even as a main goal necessarily. So how to tell stories, show stories, listen to archives when it's that sort of interstitial, liminal, relational importance that is hard to grasp. And so rather than framing things thematically to try to lock that down or to drive that home, I think our hope, and also it seemed perhaps the right way to treat a collective approach with Wu Manifesto, that the interface tries to not to actually be unstable or to be full of gaps in a way. It's forming these connections as much as it's dispersing them, and it's resetting our position within the histories and the commentary as we go along. So I guess it's a very different context in which to work with gaps and silences of a different kind. But it was productive to think about them as a way of helping us to destabilize ourselves as approaching histories.
Thank you all. May I invite any questions from the room? I believe we can take one or two and perhaps answer them all together. We have one question. I'm wondering if there are any other questions, and we can... Okay, two questions. Perfect, thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, I'm a university librarian from Jakarta. So I came a bit late. I don't know what this event, but I stay around here, so I came back. I came quite late, and I found out that the speaker, the last second speaker, talk about the turning the digital to analogs. Yeah, I'm handling the research at the university for doing exhibition by the students and lecturers to have like real engaging activities. I want to ask if it's allowed if we do similar displays for the exhibition, like turning the digitals to analogs, or if I have to obtain some permission, like for copyright sakes or something, like to have something like that. And if do, may I know your contacts about this?
There's no copyright, please.
Okay.
Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you. And the second one about the Kustia Griaseni, the art house. I heard a lot about her husband, Edison also. Like he made a lot of statues. I walk around those statues in Jakarta every day, but I apologize, I haven't heard anything about her wife, his wife. I'm so sorry, and I just found it here. I don't know if it's because our structural or political situation in our country and the history and the archive something, but I will make sure to visit the Griaseni if I'm coming to Jogja. So thank you for bringing those here. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing, that there's no copyright,
okay.
And we'd love you to go further with this.
Okay,
have fun with this. If you do, just give us a little mention.
Of course.
Somewhere.
Of course, I will tell everyone about this.
Yes.
Too. Thank you.
That you heard about this
manifesto.
Of
course. Thank you.
Yeah. We have one question in the front, please.
Yes, I wonder if anyone on the panel would like to address a question about oral history and how it fits into archiving projects. I think at least 3 of the case studies that were discussed here involve living or recently deceased individuals. So what are the challenges and opportunities in producing oral histories, structured interviews of people who have information that would be relevant to the archive project or the subject themselves?
If no one's ready to jump in, is anyone wanting to say?
In other words, what is it? The challenge is funding, or just that you not ready to focus on that, or is it getting cooperation? What are the challenges, and do you see a need for that? Can your projects expand into that?
From a publishing point of view, which is the opposite end, I guess, of where your question probably starts, but it is a great opportunity with obviously multimodal and digital forms of publishing to be able to split up oral history interviews into fragments and have a much more easier ways into those kinds of dense pieces of content. One thing I am excited about with oral history interviews, etc., is that having my background is in traditional academic publishing of the book and codex variety, and often those things end up being the things referenced, the footnotes, the appendix. So it is a moment in our imprint's history where we're saying, well, let's try and put that content as equal to, it's the same level as of discovery and of importance. So just to say that it's very much on our radar as a production question. And in terms of cost and delivery, I think that's something where, as these forms of production become more prevalent, it becomes also something where I'm thinking about so the cost of commissioning for these kinds of anthologies is very different. So we're paying artist fees and we're commissioning different kinds of responses. And so I think that's something that's going to take a little time in terms of resources, because so far academic publishing has relied on
the labour of academics who have, salaried positions. So I guess from that end of production, it's very much something that we're very conscious of trying to grapple with.
So my burden about working about Saengsuratham archive project would be like, she is 70 years old now, and a lot of young generation don't know her anymore. And a lot of people doesn't know that she write a lot of article or essay about art history or Western art in the 80s or 90s. So that is like, for me, what is the hardest one is how can I just let everybody know her again and reread her writing again and have a dialogue with her writing again. That I always say that we don't have to get along with her idea, and we know that all of her idea may be like too old, too conventional, maybe old-fashioned, something like that for the 80s compared to nowadays. But in terms of research, we still have to reread or rethink about what have been right before. And I think this is the hardest way for me to produce or doing an archive. So that's why I have to do something more, to more activate the archive, to the speaking symposium, that everyone can have a chance to get to know her.
Thank you so much for the question. It's not so relevant to this particular case study that I present, but interestingly, oral history is a big component of my other work. And I have had the privilege of interviewing quite a number of artists, women artists, before they passed away. And in fact, Katrin Sim and the colonial women artists who have from the 40s and 50s, 60s are the only ones in my research project that I have obviously not been able to interview. But all the other artists that I have written on and engaged with, their practice always begins with oral interview. And in fact, just to add on to the Manifesto anthology, one of the things that I have experimented with the digital or the publishing team is to want to break down the authorial voice, the singular authorial voice, me saying this, me interpreting this, and to break that down by harnessing, I guess, digital capacity when you view it on like a platform where we could actually break that up and bring forth the artist's voice in a very visceral manner, because I think that's really important in terms of its, I guess, getting closer to truth, so to speak. And in that case, I was really hoping that we could bring in Varsha's voice into the essay that I write with and alongside her and Tia. And so I guess in short is that oral history is a key component of my methods, certainly, and it's, and I'm glad that you brought this up because I think we are also thinking of ways in which we want to figure that more prominently in the online anthology. I think at the moment it's one thing that has is slightly less prominent, and that we've been giving, I guess, more room to textual sources, visual textual, and less so to the oral.
I just want to add a quick thought to that, because right at the very beginning of the anthology project, I think one of the things that I also, when we started to digitize the archive with Asia Archive, I kept going on about would really like to take oral history into account. Even it didn't exist, obviously, when we digitized the material with Asia Archive, but with the anthology, it was, and really it came from that point because I knew Tarito was very ill, and where the reflections were concerned, like we were asking certain people to write their reflections about Manifesto, and I really, really regret the opportunity because Tari had a lot to say about Manifesto and what it meant to her in those early years when she was part of it. So yeah, it's thank you for raising that.
I think maybe for just in particular, no, not in particular. In many of, in all of our research trajectories, oral histories plays a big role in it, and it's definitely the starting point to build the surrounding stories. And I also, we're forced to be extra careful because it is a contested zone. Like even if you interview the artists themselves, I don't even believe them when they say years, or years. We can never believe these things, but it is a big part of the work. And with or without funding, that is something that we always do anyway. We always record, but more and more now we are deleting these records. Because there are different things that came into the conversation. They are never these structured interviews. So more and more the records of these interviews, we're deleting them. We're leaving just the notes. Yes, slowly. But the oral history plays a really big part, maybe even bigger than the works that we can see.
Yeah, I also wanted to emphasize the distinction that Grace just raised between interviewing as a method and oral history as a product or a production, and the vast difference that can occur between the two. Also, the place of oral history as an art historical method versus historical method or cultural studies method. Very often, artists don't give you the answers you're looking for about their art. You ask a question about the art, they talk about an affair they had, or relationships or friendships. So you get a great picture of a kind of social history and things like that, but you may not get the questions, or you have to weave your way through to construct your interpretation of the art, which is the fundamental, needs to be centered in art history. So yeah, just wanted to add on to that.
I think this conversation really reminds us that the recovery projects are not only about developing new methodologies, but also holding on to complexity without flattening it, as Pamela was speaking about earlier. So I think with that, we'll wrap up the first session. Thank you so much to all of you for your contribution, and thank you all for being with us today.
Please stay, yeah? The title is The Machine Ghost in the Human Shell, and the title that is drawn from a recent work series, Cyber Labor series. And so you will come back to your practice from 2012 on, and the evolution from performing as a machine to being controlled by a machine. Yes. So I believe this work and your work, which we admire very much, connects also very much to the research program that we are presenting today, and it connects also to Asia Art Archives and Aware's work in the digital sphere, which is a sphere that is strongly reflecting biases from the human world, and I believe that's also part of your reflection. So we are really looking forward to this. And before I give you the microphone, I just read a few words about your biography. So you have been graduated from MIT in Australia in 2011, and you have exhibited widely across Australia, Asia, the United States, and Europe. I just quote some recent exhibitions. There are many, but I just take some of them. So in 21, you took part of collecting entanglements and embodied histories at the Mayan Contemporary Art Museum in Chiang Mai, but also at Hamburger Bahnhof in Berlin. You participated in the Bangkok Art Biennale in 2018, but also in 22. And in this year, you also participated in Fun Feminism at Kunstmuseum Basel. and the Uncanny World at the Museum of Contemporary Art, Busan. In 24, you presented works in the spirit of maritime crossing. That was an official collateral exhibition of the Venice Biennale. And you were selected for the 11th Asia Pacific Triennial in Brisbane. Your upcoming projects include a major solo exhibition at the Youth Museum in Shanghai. And your works are also at the National Collection here in Thailand and in many museum, university, and private collections all over the world. And you are currently represented by Nova Contemporary. So thank you very much for being here and sharing about your practice with us. And I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Nina, and thank you so much for inviting me for AAA, the Jim Thompson Art Center, and also Waew to invite me to be here. So I'm going to talk about an overview of my practice and evolution of my practice. I would like to name this talk. It's called "The Machine Ghost in the Human Shell," which sort of covers my journey and practice. So this is an overview since 2012 to 2025, so this year. I can change the slide, please. So allow me to start from the very beginning, from the very beginning of my practice, starting with tool series, and I call it the objectification of the domesticated self. Women who are expected to be the emotional shelter in her home, take care, a mother, the one who makes sure that the room is clean and clear, no dust or pollution, the one who makes sure that her children are fed, the ones who make sure that everything is crystal clear. And so why is this an issue when I love cooking as well, and I would love to be a mom if I have a chance. So in the next slide, well, actually, this is an issue because it's the society who sort of expects this women's role to be like this. There's a very powerful series called Explain, and there's an episode called Why Women Are Paid Less. So, and this is why they said that the inequality of women and their wages started at home, at the foundation of the society. So it says that in America, for example, women tend to work at home as her labor for about 3 times more than men. So altogether in a year, women would spend about 3 months to work in her domestic home, while men would spend around 1 month. And so this sort of suggests that the society views women domestic labor as their work. And the capital, the industry view that because they tend to spend 3 times more at home, they deserve less payment. They deserve less promotion, for example. They deserve, less, for example, less career advancement, for example. And so this, the series call it as the motherhood penalty. And if you realize that any work that sort of covers rooms like nurturing, for example, service work, for example, are less valued or are less paid, like nurses, for example. And so this says that jobs aligned with women's role are undervalued, like teaching, service labor. Nursing gets paid less because society views this as a natural for women. And so in the works that I just showed you, I would turn my body into the domestic tools in the household, like the cooking tools, for example, the cleaning tools, for example, and sort of objectify, dehumanize myself into those tools to represent this theory.
Next slide, please. This series has been continued from 2012 until now because I think it's still important. For example, in this series here, it's a sub-series and it's called Air. So this sub-series talk about the pollution because I did this during the pandemic when PM 2.5 started rising, and also when domestic violence, for example, the rates are super, super high at the time as well. So not only that I view the pollution as the pollution that destroy our lungs and our bodies and our health, but also I view pollution as a form of oppression, a form of violence at home. It's the unseen violence that happened to women at home, for example. So in this work here, not only that I transform my physical body into the object, but I transform my internal organ into a machine as well, sucking or consuming all the dust until the room is bright and clean and clear again. So this is kind of like an inner violence that happens to women inside their home. It's very unseen because no one wants to speak about it. And yes, so I think it's kind of like a silent suffering inside the woman's body, inside the woman's mind. Next slide, please. So this is actually one of my favorite series. It's called Performing Textiles. So Performing Textile series focus on the women's labor in the fast fashion industry and how they are being treated as the machines. There's this protest in Bangladesh, for example, in Cambodia, for example, or in India, for example, where they come out and they hold up signs saying, "Are we machines? Why are we being treated? Why are we being dehumanized as machines?" Because they're being paid in a very low wages to a point where they are unable to survive. And so every time that they would come out to protest, they would, be shot, be stopped, be muted, be silenced by the government officers. And so that death during the protest were not really, being in the media, for example. And so they're silenced forever. In this series here, I traveled to India. I traveled everywhere in factories in Thailand to, do interviews with the laborers. And then I turned myself into various machines, like the spinning wheel, for example, the dyeing machine, or where I turn myself upside down and use the yarn instead of my hair, and then sort of like going up and down to drown myself into this chemical red dye. Next slide, please. So why is there such problem within the fast fashion industry? It's because of the fact that these industries, these fashion industries, would like people to buy their clothes cheap, so that they could continue to buy it over and over and over again, and that's how they make a profit. So if you know that 200 steps from like the cotton agriculture or other natural fibers agriculture into the factory steps, for example. So 200 steps, and then each step costs money. But why can they sell it cheap? So they cut it to the very bottom. They cut the payment to the very bottom, or the women's laborer, for example. And so there's this performance work here, which is called knit. So knit talks about this. Knit talks about how this laborer has been turned into a needle. And then there's this 12 poles. And then I use my whole body, my legs, my arms, even my mouth, to sort of knit this red tube of fabric nonstop. And this looks like a spider web as well. And it talks about this Greek mythology about Arachne. And Arachne is actually the one who was a very skillful weaver. And she dared to wove a fabric that talks about how the Greek gods like to abuse their power. And then they like to use their power to abuse the people who don't obey them, or people in general. And the god, Athena, was so furious. She was so angry because Arachne somewhat spoke the truth. And so she punished her and turned her into a spider, calling her evil to not obey the power of the god. And then this is Arachne, who was turned into the evil spider and then had to knit to save her life for eternity. And I think this really resembles of what I said earlier about the women protesters who came out to protest and were being shot, were being silenced, so they could not come out to protest again. Next slide, please. Therefore, I think I did performing textile series before, and that was like the process within the factory. But what happens before that? And I was eager to know. So I went to India because I heard there was this news about the cotton laborers, the cotton farmers who would commit suicide by drinking pesticides to kill themselves. And I wanted to know why, what's happening. And then so I went for 1 month and going towards farms after farms after farms, staying in different homestays, and sort of like interviewed them and wanted to know what happened. And they said that the problem is inside the seeds itself, the cotton seed. And then they said that because of the mass production in the fast fashion industry, all these cotton farmers had to produce cotton so fast, and in reality, there's no way. But it was advertised that the genetic modified cotton seeds would solve the problem so they could compete with the system inside the world. And so this is the GMO cotton seeds inside the basket within the scale of injustice here. And these cotton seeds were advertised that they had to be bought with a large chemical packages like pesticides, fertilizers, for example. So with this whole thing, there's no way that the cotton farmers could buy. So they had to loan the money from the bank in hope that this would, fix the problem. But no, as they grow the cotton, they borrow the money from the bank, there's this middleman who exploited them. And so that they would be paid less than they were supposed to. And this sort of led to this continuing ugly debt that they had to face with. And so they had to drink. A lot of farmers decide to drink the very pesticides that was bought by them to save their lives. And then they drink it to commit suicide because they had no way out. And so I made this whole series on field work in which, the cotton farmers were exploited, were treated as somewhat machines and unhuman. And within this work here, there's I think there's this new slide. I'm going to show what's behind the scene. Because there's no sound, I'm going to do a voiceover. So this is the planning of the work. After researching in India, I came back home, and then I started to talk to my team about how I wanted to create a never-ending battle where the humans were being a part of the machine. And within this injustice system, they're being forced to fall down over and over again. And no matter what you do, the scale would just balance. And this is like the preparation inside my outdoor studio at home. And I had to shot it 3 times. So I had to shot it from the left, from the right, and then within the middle. And then you can see that it's quite struggling to, be part of the machine. And something that I want to add, which is quite funny to me, because it took hours and hours to create this work. As I said, I had to do like on the left, on the right, in the middle. And then my friend's like, how can you stand? How can you do it? And I said, it's because like I feel nothing, like I can just continue. And then I think towards the end of, can you pause for 1 second? Just go back, yes, thank you. So towards the end of that performance, I realized that my legs were numb, like I could not feel I pinched it, I tried hitting it, I tried, stabbing it a little bit, and I could not feel anything. So I went to the doctor and he said, oh, your nervous system has been shut down. And I think it should be around 3 months until you can be able to feel again. So in this case, because of that performance and the way that I could, hold my body for a longer period was because that I objectify myself to a point where I could not feel my legs anymore. But now I can feel it again. The nervous system came back. Yep. Yes, and then we can go on to the next slide, please. Okay. Towards the new, I would call it the new era of my practice. And I think it's because it's so interesting to work with Vatanajyankur, who's now a professor at MIT, and he has his own lab called cyborg psychology. So I think before this, I was talking about how humans were mechanized, were dehumanized into machines, into tools. And now I think it's a very interesting era where we were not only replaced by the machines, but the machines are being humanized, like artificial intelligence, for example. And so I think it's a very challenging era of how would you fix the problem of dehumanizing human by the society, but in the same time, AI, for example, controlled by whoever has power, is humanized AI, manipulating our minds, manipulating our ideas. This is the first work that I did with Pat. It was called Voice of the Oppressed. And Voice of the Oppressed was actually being held at the Bangkok Art Biennale 2022, and Pojai curated this work. Within this work in particular, I was performing inside, I would call it a fish tank. So a fish tank of oppression, a fish tank of manipulation. And I had to survive within that fish tank of manipulation for about half an hour or so. There are these two AIs, and these two AI beings are being trained by Pat to have two separate mindsets. One belief in the necessity of evil, the necessity of oppression. The other one believes in the must-do of freedom to break free of the cycle and becomes within total freedom. And so as these two AI were discussing these polluted dust from this gun machine, so this gunpowder would come out and then sort of cover the whole fish tank. in order for me to not be able to breathe. And then from time to time, there's also a water cannon that spread the water to catch all of the molecules within the dust. And so I would be able to breathe again. But the interesting part is the fact that these two AIs believe that they are the savior. They are the water that cleanses the room. And they believe that the opposed are the danger within the world. They believe that the opposed, whether the oppressor, the one who believes in freedom, believe that they are the danger, believe that the world go chaos because of the others. And so I really like this conversation between the two AIs. And they said, are we the bread and sweet honey that nurtures the world? Or are we the salt and spices that make the food of life unpalatable? So should we strive for stability or risk for a way out to total freedom? And so while these AI were discussing, I think all I had to do within that room was just to survive within this fish tank of oppression without knowing which is which is right. Am I the oppressor or am I the oppressed? What responsibility do I have as human beings? Next slide, please. So this is one of the most recent work that I did. It's called The Machine Ghost in the Human Shell. And the machine ghost in the human shell talk about how we are manipulated within the mind, manipulated within our body, within our decisions of AI. And this is the first work that I use electricity to control my body. But also it talks about liberation, a way to liberate myself from these manipulations of the AI, and would I be able to do it? This is kind of like, so before I was battling within my physical self, but this is the battle inside because I already put the machine ghost inside my body through electricity. Next slide, please. So I want to talk to you about, the whole idea of this work. So in the Ghost in the Shell film, there's this character, Motoko, and she's an AI, she's a cyborg, and she asks if, do I exist? Even if my brain is a copy of someone else's. And then the other said, if a being has the ability to think, the ability to doubt, then that should be enough to put your mind at ease. And he said, if thoughts lead to existence, like I think, therefore I am, then I guess you exist. Next slide, please. And then Motoko later realized that maybe it isn't the person that thinks. Maybe it is something else called an ego or called an idea, sort of referencing Friedrich Nietzsche, who suggests that it is the ego of the person that thinks. Quoting, from whence did I get the notion of thinking, or what gives me the right to speak of an ego, or even of an ego as cause, and finally of an ego as a cause of thought. So he said that, he argues that, our thoughts does not lead to our existence, because there's something which is called idea, which is called ego, or complexities that comes before our thoughts. Next slide, please. So same with Carl Jung, who said that everyone knows nowadays that people have complexes, but what is not so well known though, far more important, is that complexes can have us. So he talked about, so I did a little diagram for you guys. So before our thought is this idea and collections of memories and more, and leads to our idea, leads to our thoughts, and that becomes us. Next slide, please. And so in the machine ghost, in the human shell, we would like to argue on that because of the manipulation of the machine, of the intelligent machine. And we do like a reverse diagram on that, in which if our collections of real memories and more has been manipulated, has been replaced by by the collection and guidance and input of AI? What if our real memories become our virtual memories, for example? And that would change our ideas, that would change our thoughts, and that would change us. And so every time that we consume technology, every time that we go on Google or talk to ChatGPT, for example, we are every day manipulated by the guidance of decisions. And who are we? Who are we as our identity? Next slide, please. So I do a little diagram for you guys in this work here. So this is the human shell, which is me, and this is the machine ghost. What I do within this work, this is called the battle between the two minds, human and machine. So I put the electric wires onto each muscle within my arms. I want to do my legs too, but it costs too much, like $1 million or something. So I could only do my arms. So I did two sides of my arms and my shoulder. And then I had the electric wires that is connected to the programmed machine. So these programmed machines were decided by the codes and movement designed by GPT. So GPT is deciding to move my body in order to stop me from doing something. In this case, I was trying to draw a circular shape, like a meditative line, but also that looks like a human fingerprint. And it was designed to stop me from doing it, to keep making me, doing something else that it wanted me to do. And so, not only in physical, but they also did a mental manipulation through self-narrative to make me question my identity, to make me question and to somewhat replace my memory, for example. So not only in the arms, but also in the ears, that they were trying to manipulate me. On the other hand, that I plan to do, so this is the human shell, and I try to liberate myself from the machine inside of me. And so as I was drawing the line, and then I was being controlled, I had to resist the force and come back and finish the whole shape of human fingerprint. So I had to also listening to myself and not be able to, make them question my identity as human, which was quite convincing, by the way. Yes, so it's the ongoing battle I think we are all facing with at the moment, since, we all use ChatGPT, I suppose, and we don't know, is this our decision? Is this our writing? Or is it, the guidance of ChatGPT or AI? So I'm going to show you a video. And this video has sound, but I cannot play sound, so I'm going to do a voiceover of this video. Okay, so it's the machine ghost in the human shell making in the lab in Mahidol University, engineering faculty. And here I was talking about how I was inspired by the ghost in the shell, and work with Pat, with this engineering science code that I don't understand. And this is me performing. You see the electrodes being stuck in each muscle. And I think I was explaining how, the idea came about and the manipulation of the mind before I was talking about the manipulation of the body. This is the electrode I was talking about. The electrode is somewhat put into each muscle like different key in your piano. So basically, if the machine decides to move me in a way, it would sort of spark within each of those muscles and play like a piano, for example. So if I would like to grab a bottle, for example, it might use this muscle here, this muscle here, the muscle in my fingers, for example, and then this muscle here to do it. So it takes quite a different muscles all together like a song. And this is the engineer, and he was explaining exactly what I was explaining. And then this is how the arm moved. And this is the AI's writing and guidance of, how it would control me, for example. And then here I said it would try to stop me from doing what I was doing. And he said this is the way that he was engineering all of the codes from AI and then put it into the machine. I cannot read these codes, but I understand what he's doing. So just different motions, and put into the movements, for example. Yeah, and this is exactly what I was saying. To move upward, move forward like this. So here, the arm goes like this, and this is where I was trying to draw, and it could not draw because it was trying to pull me off. Yeah, and this is in the lab and how we experimented. If it was too painful, how do we deal with it? How do we deal with the painful within, my muscles, for example. And this is how we tested in the lab. And I said that the challenging part was how painful it was, because it's kind of like being shocked by electricity in a way, because you need to use an enough amount of electricity in order to move your whole body. So, it needed, and I don't have much muscle, so it has to be the highest electricity possible in order to move my muscles, for example. So yes, this is, I think, where I am and where my current work is going to be. So starting from the manipulation of the physical body, the manipulation of our body, our labor, and this moves towards the manipulation of our mental labor, our mind, and then onto our memory. And then I think the big question here is that, we have not really fixed the problem of the dehumanization of women labor, of labor all around the world, and the forms of slavery in labor. But now we are facing a new challenge, because as we are humanizing the machines, are we even more dehumanizing the humans? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was very strong. It's difficult to come out of it. It's an incredible testimony about your work, about liberation, resistance, and agency, which is also part of thoughts we have in our works. And so, yeah, we will slowly come back to sharing about our program, The Flow of History, and to the second panel. But thank you again. I don't know if you want to applaud again. It was extremely... Our second panel on the flow of history, which is aiming at sharing experience from our 3-year research program called The Flow of History, Southeast Asian Women Artists. We will have a panel. First of all, I will introduce the program to give you some context, and then panel members will share about their experience with the program, about what we learned from this program, and future directions it may give us for gender research from a Southeast Asian perspective. And we can go to the presentation of the introduction. So this is where I stopped in the introduction when I was speaking about AWARE, Archives of Women Artists Research and Exhibition, and our work. And this is the program I'm speaking about, the Flow of History, Southeast Asian Women Artists. At AWARE, we always work with research committees. So here you see the names of the committee members. You may recognize 3 of them having already spoken in the first panel, Grace Samboh, Yvonne Low, and Pamela and Nguyen. And 5 other members are part of the panel. So, by the way, I found it quite interesting. We also have a program that's called Living with Two Brains that kind of resonates with your presentation. That's a quote of Shigeko Kubota, who speaks about the video camera as a prosthesis of a brain and a second memory device. But that's just a side note. So to come back to the Flow of History, that program has been created together with Asia Art Archive, and that was 3 years ago. We can go to the next slide. So as part of these research programs, we always produce publications for the AWARE website that are notably biographies of women artists and also research articles that are important for us to contextualize the trajectories. In the Flow of History, we in total produced 36 biographies. A big part that you can see here on the screen are already published. Another part will come out before the end of the year and in early 2026. You can go to the next slide. As said, we also do events. In this case, we organize 3 events. Those events, well, this is one of them, the last one. The first one took place at the Asia Art Archive Library in Hong Kong. And the second one was in Yogyakarta together with Indonesian Visual Art Archive. It was an opportunity to bring the research committee together, but also to exchange with local researchers and curators, and to learn more about local archives and archiving initiatives. In both cases, Hong Kong and Yogyakarta, we shared about research methodologies. That's always an important part for us. And another take was to look particularly at collectives and as the work of women as organizers. You could see that an image of Women Manifesto is the image of the program. So we were very inspired by your work, and we're very glad to kind of come back to this beginning and meet you here. Another interest was transnational circulations and also diasporic experiences. And so you see a picture here from the Yogyakarta event. And then we always, as I said, also publish research articles. The research articles can give context, but they also reflect discussions that we had in the event. So here you see Grace's and Hyphen's research on Kustia. She just testified about. And we can go to the next slide. So these are the publications that are still to come. And maybe what's interesting to highlight is in the research articles, we also now included some testimonies of artists, in this case of Siti Adiati, whom we visited in Yogyakarta, and of Susan Victor, and which allows to share about from their own perspective and give a testimony of a certain period of time and initiatives that they were taking part in. And we can go to the next. So on the next slide, we will see that, again, a resume of this, 3 events, 36 biographies and 10 research articles in total. And you can see some statistics about the publications we made. And this is, of course, not a final conclusion or something. It's just something that helps us to kind of get a sense of what we were doing. We were also discussing about this in the internal research committee meeting that we had yesterday. And that allowed us also to think of that maybe we could in the future include, we should include also the countries that are not represented, like Laos or Brunei. And you can also see that more publications were on contemporary artists than the early modernist period, for instance. So this is just some broader context, but what's extremely important for us is, of course, the encounters that this program created and the new questions that came up. And so we asked the panelists today to think about one aspect that came out as a question from the program, and I will pass on now to Chương-Đài, who is researcher, writer, and editor based in Paris, and who this year was also curator of the Africa-Asia Biennale and co-editor of a book looking at the practice of decolonizing of the Van Abbe Museum in Netherlands. And this is just a very short introduction to you, and I invite you now to present us more about a reflection you have on women artists as organizers and invisible work, art ecologies thought from the question of gender and women artists. And I hand over to you.
Thank you, Nina. I'd like to thank Waew, Asia Art Archive, and the Jim Thompson Art Center for making this event possible. I've been thinking about the work that we do. Why have biographies of women artists in Southeast Asia? And so I was thinking about those terms, women, art in Southeast Asia. And so in thinking about it, I'd like to go back to the discussions from the first panel and also to revisit the terms that Pamela also talked about. Right? But in doing that, I like to shift the lens a little bit. Archives and the web pages on Asia Art Archive and aware who uses them. So it would be researchers, art historians, art critics, artists, perhaps doing research for their own projects, and also curators. Right? And so research in different ways. And the first panel talked a lot about art writing, about art history, about interviewing women. But how can we also think about this work for curatorial practice? Right? And so just to revisit some of the terms that Pamela asked us, questions of regionality. Right? As a curator, why does it matter for us to know about artists from Southeast Asia? Right? We know that these terms of regionality are problematic. Right? Southeast Asia as a term, as a region, is not a natural, it doesn't exist naturally. We know that it's a Cold War construction, but in terms of decolonizing or decentering the way that a lot of exhibitions of contemporary art have been made, we have to start somewhere. But at the same time, how do we not reproduce regionality? And so wonder if another way for us to think about this is through transnational comparison, right? And so how to put in conversation the work of artists from the region in conversation with the work of someone else who may be tackling the same question, but for us to not necessarily reify these questions of region. And how do you do that as a curator? The second aspect of that I'm interested in, and it flows from the first point, is questions of the contemporary. Yeah, the contemporary art itself is also not a given. Right? Contemporary art has a genealogy, and it has, up until very recently, a Western-centered genealogy. Right? And it still does define a great deal our understanding or our expectations of what constitutes contemporary art. Right? And I'm reminded of a studio visit that we had the honor of doing with Paptawan Suwannakul in terms of visiting the mural painting that she did at Waew. And one of the things that she said was that for her, growing up, the contemporary was what was around her. Right? And for me, that brings us back to the importance of context. Right? Our own personal histories, regional context, the socio-political context. Yeah. And that also informs what constitutes contemporary art. Right? And so I think that problematizes and oftentimes makes it very difficult for us to think about, like, why are you doing this exhibition, right? Because it has to do with the types of works that you're including. And I think that Southeast Asia is a very productive region for problematizing that question. The third aspect of the question is, of course, gendered labor. And I think that Kawita's performance really brings that out in a wonderful way. Gendered labor, or the question of women. I mean, again, that is also a social construction in the way that gender also affects men, right? Gender roles. But how can we present works by women artists without reducing it to their gender, right? Without reducing it to social constructions and structures that may limit or the access that they have to certain resources, right? But at the same time, that also actually provide insight or a perspective, a marginalized perspective that allows us to see things in a certain way that perhaps someone who is gendered differently would not be able to see, right? Because it's a lived experience. And so how do we bring these questions into shape or to help us understand how we're practicing as curators, but not necessarily to be reduced to just these questions alone. So those are just some of the things that I've been thinking about.
So I bring up this collective called O Home, which I've hazarded to bring in conversation with the Waew Manifesto. We call them, the younger ones call them OGs, and it's an endearing way of calling you that. I hope you understand. But see, these are women in their 40s. The two ones that are on the screen, they're both mothers. The one on the left is Len, Elena Malgapo Domingo, who was fully applied to mourning the loss of one of her first child, then almost immediately after, tending to a special child, the one who came after. And then there's Ilyang Montenegro on the other side, who was trafficked in Japan, finally escaped that fate, went back to the Philippines, and is still putting herself through art school now. And she's flourishing at it, I would have to say. But they're way beyond the age where artists, they're no longer emerging artists as far as the awards landscape is concerned, for instance. But there are things that they're doing that, to my mind, have real resonances with what Waew Manifesto has been doing. So I thought, hey, maybe this is one way of creating those dialogues that, very belated ones, and maybe impossible ones. They're geographically challenging. So we're working that out. I had some lovely conversations, short ones with the Waew Manifesto OGs about that, and maybe I'm hoping that will happen. But just to show you, on the right is the space where they have worked home from. It's an apartment where there's a cafe at the bottom, and this is the old home of Len. But they've also set up a home satellite in Ilyang's home, where the garage is opened up to the public. And sometimes the sala is opened up to talks and films. So, and their pace of work is extremely, to me, very resonant of what you're doing. They pay attention to what the social relations are and the potencies of the place and the people who come in. So I will try to wrap up. I think I'm over time. But I just wanted to say that one of the other inspirations for this thinking through is Cameron and Gibson Graham's Feminizing the Economy, which prompts us to think differently, using a feminist lens, not just venturing toward accreting but tauntingly disturbing the scheme of things, how we think, what we look for, and how it is that we try to make present the absence. So apart from the hard labor of producing fact, what if we made peace with the idea that history is constructed precisely by ventures like ours, and by placing lenses where they hadn't been? We might do our bit in writing the history that should have been written. Speculative history is how I look at it. A history that could not be because the odds have been against the protagonists of the tales that need to get told, but speculation too because of how archives produce on top of memory crafting. Also, and this also evokes a curatorial fictive, unlikely project precisely because the women artists in its radar are caught in imperfect, even violent conditions, both personally and structurally wrought. Yeah, I had more, but I think I'll just cut there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's very inspiring to think about speculative encounters. And of course, all this work is also made to enable these genealogies and to make it possible for younger artists also to encounter maybe artists that inspire them and that they feel close to. So now I would like to invite Wong Binghao to join me. Bing is writer, editor, and curator. Their research interests primarily revolve around gender and sexuality in interior art and everyday realities. And I think that you will also share some thoughts from this perspective, that you want to think about some practical issues that are related to gender and maintenance work. So I invite you to take the floor. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. First of all, I don't have slides, so I'm just gonna talk. But first of all, thank you so much for staying. I know it's a long day, so I hope you can stay for the rest of the event, because I think the most exciting part of the program is to have a conversation with you, whether it's formal or informal. So I hope that you stay till the end of the program, because a lot of work has been put into the back end and over the 3 years. So I just wanted to start by thanking Aware and Asia Art Archive for this amazing program for the past 3 years. As Oscar and Nina have mentioned, we've convened once every year, but we have kind of recommendations and correspondences in between. It's a real privilege to be in this advisory board with peers and colleagues who I've respected, and we've come to get to know each other. So I want to thank everyone for that inclusion. So my name is Bing, and I work as a writer, editor, and curator. Just a brief introduction. I often practice the curatorial in and beyond the exhibition form. So this year, I just curated an exhibition called Skincare in Antenna Space in Shanghai. But last year, I also worked on producing and creative directing a website called 5G Bing. So there's many different ways that I work, but I also work a lot as a writer in essays. So today, I was thinking about the work that we've done over the past 3 years, but also trying to relate it to the research I'm currently doing for an essay that I'm writing for the Hardwick Art Foundation. So there are some broad strokes, I think. First of all, I want to reflect on our thoughts, as a group over the past 3 years. And I think one of the points about the key frameworks that we are engaging with have already been brought up and problematized by my colleagues earlier today, so I won't go into that. We can talk about it in the panel discussion. But I would add to that my qualms about the use of archives or engaging with archives, no matter how urgent and necessary they are. And my reservations have always been that I guess I just never really found that there was something I could relate to in the archive. And also, I guess a lot of artists who I work with who are of a trans experience or who don't necessarily have not had the opportunity to kind of articulate themselves in such content and material like archives. So I've always had a kind of wariness about what is documented or historicized. So that was always my first thing. And then yesterday in our internal discussion, we were talking about, and I think Eileen also just brought up the point of what happens when there is a dearth of resources in the archive, right? When Yvonne also brought up, when there isn't enough material or enough salient material that we can work with, how do we then deal with an archive? Do we build it? Do we try to fabricate around it? Do we theorize it? So that was something we brought up yesterday. And I felt like it was really important to think about, perhaps close reading of, even if there's only one artwork by an artist, that we can perhaps close read it and then add to it our own constellation of sources. So I think for me, I work essayistically, and I've been trying to make sense of what that means to me. And to me, I think in a nutshell, it means working personally, so with personal perspective, life experiences, but it also means constellative approach. So bringing a certain person, whether it's an artist or an archive or artwork, in relation to a family of sources that perhaps we had never thought of in relation to this person. So I guess going back to Pamela's earlier prompt about what could we complicate or add to the framework of a woman artist or a Southeast Asian artist, or indeed really any identitarian appendage, what can we do to complicate this framework? And then I think also, something Eileen brought up was, can the art historiographical coexist with a kind of conjuring or a speculative method? And that's something I'm always thinking about, and what is our responsibility as cultural workers to the artists and to the estates and the archives, right? To maintain the integrity of the work and the practice while also trying to generate. And I think a word that I use that Eileen brought up is accretion. So I think that's something that the second point that I was reflecting on is, when there are certain frameworks or vocabularies that seem a little bit too convenient or seamless to adopt and to add on to, what can we do to then try to nuance that framework or perhaps dismantle that? So these are the 2 points. The first thing is my personal reservation about archives, and I think the second thing is how can the curatorial really intervene in this approach? So I will just keep my remarks succinct, because the last part that I really want to address, having reflected on the past few years, is really my work with transgender feminism or a trans experience, and how that might figure into a project like this. And I think there are just 3 points that I want to end on. So the first point, which was already brought up, is the idea of context. And this goes beyond just kind of transnationalizing, for example, feminism, or transnationalizing an embodiment of gender. For example, what are the gender embodiments of trans people in the region vis-a-vis other parts of the world? So that's number one, but I think also then embodied practices as not just contingent to the larger meaning of subject formation, but that they are essential and necessary to look at as the formation of a subject. The second thing, which has already kind of been brought up in the past few years, is the idea of the labor of making a self or an institution. So the idea of infrastructure versus performance, the idea of maintenance work that Eileen has written about already brilliantly. And we can think of the work of Mirla Budaman Lakis, or a lot of other feminist performance artists who think about the behind the scenes work of maintaining and producing a life world where it makes art possible. Versus a kind of exterior articulation or performance of gender, of a gender itself. So something that perhaps is a little bit, not sensational or not representative, and I'm really invested in how do we articulate the behind the scenes formation of a self. And I think the last thing is, then I've been asking myself, how does trans feminist approach or pathways manifest or figure in this matrix, right, of the context and also the work to create the context. And I think it's really thinking about kind of loss as both the substrate and a product of a subject formation in a trans experience. So I've been thinking a lot about that in relation to anthropological work, but also to psychoanalytic work, as a kind of like, when you come into being, what is not just gained, but also what is lost. So I've been thinking a lot about this in relation to Kaya Silverman's essay, The Author's Receiver, where she talks about the author, when the author is gone, they're actually not just a scripter, but they receive stimuli. So I think also Pamela brought up, Ashley Thompson's book, which is really important to me as a kind of reference. So I think in my work, I'm always contemplating, how can we maintain the barest of form without losing the integrity of that form, but also remaining receptive to other modes of being. So I feel like that's perhaps where I will conclude my very terse and speculative reflection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bing, and thank you too for also highlighting the curatorial aspect of research. And there's another aspect we have not been speaking so much yet. It's the question of transmission and education, and I would like to call Sarena Abdullah to join me to share her experience in thinking about how to transmit information on women artists in the curriculum in her teaching towards art students, and you're associate professor at the University of Sans Malay. So Sarena, please take this.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Aware and also AA for for the last 3 years having the groups of researchers as part of this project, and I'm very happy. I'm gonna start off with showing you this image by Fadilah Karim. When I saw the image or her painting, okay, I'm not talking about what is the meaning of the painting and all that, okay, but I just felt it is sort of like what the subject matter that she painted sort of like reflect on, I think, like the dilemma of female students, art students, all the time that they are very tired and they do not know what to do, and that kind of like sort of pressure, So so I was like really sort of like it sort of like captures that feeling in that sense. Okay, next. So as you know, in my university, I do not belong to an art history department. We do not have an art history department. So I teach art history subjects to first year and second year students. So I've sort of like been propagating art history to fine art students. Okay, so that has also been a challenge for me as well, because it is not the kind of students that I sort of like could have easy conversations in terms of theories, in terms of history, in terms of development and all that. Okay, so but then I think like in the sense that the project sort of like made me also reflect, because I'm in my research, I also do not sort of like tackle the issue of like feminist art, women artists and things like that. Okay, so when we started with this project, I sort of like, there's a lot of conversations going on, and it gets me to think and rethink, how could I do this better, for example, right? How could I do this better? Okay, next. Okay, right, okay. The published article, sort of like my approach in teaching art history in the studio context, okay? But I think like most importantly, why sort of like, I'm talking about my own reflection here, okay? Like, why I need to convince, like female students, okay? And how should I, why there should be more women artists to be represented, for example, in my teachings, in my class, which is VHS 202 Malaysian Modern Art, okay? So maybe like, these are some of the reasons, to strengthen students' confidence and expand their sense of possibility, encourage a shift from producing conventional safe artworks to more experimental, practices, etc., etc. Okay, I think like we all know how important this is in our own work and also in our teaching. Okay, but for me, like, do we really sort of like work on this? Okay, do we like really sort of like what are our strategies as an art educator, if you were to sort of like, change the way that we teach, okay? So I think, and also most importantly, I feel that I want to have more female students, okay, my students, to sustain a career and also be in the art world, even after they graduated. Because like, I have like maybe like about 25 to 30 students, and 70–80% are female students. Okay, and only like maybe like handful, male students. So over the years, like, where do these students go? I mean, like, of course, not everybody becomes artists, right? But then that percentage of being female students becoming artists are even lesser. Although we have huge female students number. Okay. So in my own thoughts of next, in my own thoughts of this, it's like, okay, this is like sort of like my course outline, okay, and next, and I have sort of like the weekly topics, okay, it's like a 15 weeks, but I have to sort of like, the midterms and the exams and things like that, the tests and things like that, okay, and then this is how my current outline, my weekly topics looks like, okay. And I've put in blue are the names of, women artists that I have included in my PowerPoints, or like talk about their work and all that, okay? So then my question is that, like, how can centering contemporary artists, women artists, enhance representation and also inspire students, okay? Especially female students in my class. So how could I sort of like improve this? Although I have the names of the women artists, but actually in reality there are more male artists in my lectures and PowerPoints, just because there are more male artists in general, okay? So then also I was like, next. Okay, yeah, so now I think like, in reality, I only have this sort of like push in this agenda in only one class, right? Because I'm teaching first year and second year students, only a limited subjects because it's a studio, program, okay? And my plan is that to maybe like merge some topics that allows, because there are more contemporary women artists now, rather than like historically, like earlier on and all that, right? There are no other ways except for to speak about contemporary art practices, okay, and include more women artists in that discussion, okay? So, I sort of like shifted the topics, and also like maybe like on the 10th topic to include more women artists, so that it becomes like more relatable to art students, to fine art students, okay? So, that is like, I think like my own premise of thinking and how I can sort of like weave this agenda into my, the changing of my art teaching as well. Next. But of course, realistically, okay, I think like as art teachers, we also have to address our limitations, okay, especially when you do not have an art history program, okay. You only have like 1 or 2 classes that you can sort of like embed or weave in this change of rethinking, okay. So maybe these are sort of like reflective questions that I'm thinking of. How does my own identity, background, and also experience, because I'm not a like sort of like women artist expert kind of thing, okay? So influence how I prioritize my own curriculum, okay? So, and also like how am I like presenting, I'm not getting it here. Okay, okay. Like the questions, am I presenting women artists as central contributors or as supplementary to a male-dominated narrative? So I sort of like realized, maybe, I've been doing that all along, So does the module avoid tokenism? Okay, just mentioning module women briefly, and instead, alternatively, I must show that the depth, diversity, and also influence. Okay, and also the questions about which artists, mediums, or even communities that I have unintentionally excluded. Okay, because when I start the class, I specify directly that this is Malaysian modern art. So it has to be in the premise of modern art. So although in the first topic, I would, explain to the students that I will not be covering craft, but then I have to highlight that there are a lot of women working on this realm. Okay, so so am I helping students understand how social conditions such as motherhood, class, labor, religion, gender expectations shape women's artistic opportunities? So I think also this question is very important, because I think female students do not, it's already there are certain, a lot of social expectations in terms of how we behave, okay, or what is expected of us when they graduated, so I would sort of weave in conversation, but then, of course, we don't really look at specific readings that discuss this in context of class, okay? So, yeah, so I think maybe I need to make clear connections between historical marginalization and also present day struggles female students experience, okay? So I think some of these questions are quite important, so that we can rethink about how we design our modules and how we sort of weave that discussion, even though in a context of very limited, topics that we have to address within the teaching of art history. Okay, yeah, next. So I would like also to end with another work, two works by Fadilah Karim, which I find very resonate with, once they graduated. Now, this is actually what is real out there, women artists struggling with, attending to children, kids playing around, and are having sort of the both, being a mother and being artist all squashed together, that kind of thing. So I think these two will sort of capture that situation realistically by Fadilah Khan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarena. That was very interesting share about also how to make more impact with the research that we've done as part of the program. And now I would like to call John Tain. John Tain is curator research, curator of the last Lao Biennial, and during a very long time you've been head of research at Asia Art Archive between 2017 and 23. And that was when we initiated the program Flow of History together with Özge, John, and the research committee. And so I would like to invite you to share maybe your thoughts from the beginning of the program and how it also connects to archival questions on linked to gender diversity and maybe your work with Manifesto.
Thank you. Okay, so now's my turn to learn about the apparati. But anyway, okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank, maybe I shouldn't sit here, the screen directly behind me. But then, so I use the mouse?
Or you can tell them.
Okay. Maybe I'll sit over here, then we can see you. Okay. Okay. So I'd like to thank Nina and Özge and the teams at AA and Aware, and also the Jim Thompson Art Center. You've all been such amazing hosts. And also to the fellow advisory committee members. It's been a very productive 3-year period working with all of you on this project. So what I'll do in this is kind of share a little, I think I was prompted to kind of think a little about, some of the questions from our internal discussion about why this project and where was it coming from and why AA and Aware kind of work together. And so I think we've heard a little about this from both Özge and from Nina, but I'll provide a somewhat different perspective, I guess, on this. And so let's see. Okay. Okay. Wait. No, that's not. Oh, yeah, that is me. Okay, sorry. Okay, so just wanted to show you this to kind of, have in your minds the kind of the two institutions. So A on the left with its research collections, and you can see here the kind of the landing page for the research collections. At this point, there are 62, I think, right? I think when I started, there were 28, maybe somewhere around there, 28, 30, somewhere around, so it's now doubled. And the research collections, in addition to the physical library that Özge showed you photos of, the research collections are online and are for anyone to use. However, the research collections tend to be more, as Chương-Đài pointed out, tend to be used more by specialists because they're not necessarily immediately accessible in terms of their significance or their relevance. Whereas Aware has a somewhat different approach because at its start, Aware's online collection, let's call it that, was based in an encyclopedia of women artists that has since expanded much beyond that. I would say that the biographies that are listed in the index tend to be much more user accessible. They're immediately, they provide kind of short, let's say two-page long introductions to artists so that you can immediately understand who this artist is, where they're working, what they're doing, and so on and so forth. The research collection introductions do that for each of the artists, but it's not necessarily with the idea of providing an encyclopedic introduction to women artists or any kind of artist specifically. Whereas I think Aware does kind of offer a more synoptic glance of women artists. And in this sense, Aware is a kind of a great portal for people who are interested in, let's say if you're a teacher, you want to include more women artists in your syllabus, or you want to know, hey, I want to do something about minimalism, but I want to know like which artists working are in minimalism in this part of the world and that part of the world, right? And so it's kind of an immediate way, easy way for teachers, curators, whoever to kind of like learn more, kind of very easy way about other parts of the world or other areas that they may not know about, or even just women artists that they may not be aware of, right? And I think when I started at AA, gender was the kind of the topic or the theme. As Özge mentioned, there are content priorities at AA, and gender has been one of them. But I think we made the decision that it was something that we really wanted to foreground in that first year that we were starting. And so what we did was actually initiated a program with the Guerrilla Girls, which is one of these instances when we invite artist interventions working with the institution. And so this is the design that they came up with. So Women Make Art History, that was the campaign. And then this was the booth that was at Art Basel Hong Kong, and you can see they adapted the gorilla mask into this kind of very fierce and angry image, with the slogan, "If you keep women away, they get resentful," which comes from Confucius. And it was both very exciting in the sense that there was a lot of attention. I think Asia Art Archive received a great deal of notoriety for this, but it was also very, very stressful for us and kind of very, kind of like a reckoning for us as an organization, because if you look at the bottom of this, so they did statistics. So it was kind of like an attack on Art Basel, because the number of galleries that were showing, no women artists or just one woman artist or anything like that. And so Art Basel got very defensive. They're like, no, we show lots of women artists, and made all kinds of excuses. But we also looked at ourselves, right? And so there was a Hong Kong Museum of Art, only 19% in the collection, Hong Kong art galleries. M plus 16%, but A was the worst. We only had 6% of our collections were of women artists, right? And so that was kind of a real impetus for us as an organization to do more. And I think at this point we're at 30-something%. Yeah, more than 30%. So I think we did a good job. In the last 8 years, brought it up, right? So that kind of was the background for, I think, oh, sorry. How do I make this go away? Okay. That was the background, sorry. Okay, actually, go back here. Okay, that was the background for where this project came from. And the kind of like the motivation for working more in depth with, explicitly with women archives. And I should make clear that there were not just women artists, but also women curators, women writers, and so all of this sort of things that AA was interested in developing. And there were instances of that, but I think there are many more. But one thing that was also very, very clear to us at the organization was that there were differences within Asia about how women artists could sit within both the arts community and within the larger society. And this is something that we developed in addition to the Guerrilla Girl campaign. There was also a display of catalogs, exhibition catalogs and publications from the 1990s, like that very specific, that first moment of women-oriented exhibitions within the region. And so what you see on the wall are the catalogs that were on view at Art Basel, with my colleagues in front at that point. And here you see a kind of like a larger selection of the covers of the publications and catalogs. And so one of the things that really became clear was that we were not operating within a vacuum. There were previous scholarship and curating that was being done that was addressing this question of women artists. But there were also very specific characteristics of what came out during that period. And so, for instance, the exhibitions from China either tended to be very straightforward and just kind of, like exhibition of women artists, or they tended to trade in some kind of stereotypes, women and flowers, or this one, discovered by chance, women artists as recommended by their husbands, which was a very strange kind of exhibition. And it became clear that in South Asia, women artists had, even though there were, I think across the board there were instances of male domination. For various reasons in South Asia, women artists had more latitude in developing a community and developing a certain kind of visibility. And in some ways, that was also true in Southeast Asia, as you can see from these 4 publications. So on the left, this exhibition catalog from 1991 from Nuansa, and Yvonne has written about the organization before. But this was an exhibition that took place in Malaysia and Indonesia. And then here, oh sorry, the Nuansa is over here, and then that's a Myanmar artist publication. This is an exhibition that took place at the Cultural Center in the Philippines that was curated by Florence May Datwin. And on the right, Text and Context, which took place in Singapore. And so these were 4 instances of very early scholarship and exhibition making that was looking at women artists from the region. Text and Context had 22 artists, I think, right? Yeah, Varsha was one of them, as was Ira Mayani and Bapta one. Were you part of this exhibition? I forget. I can't remember. Women and Eugene Women. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I think some of the people in this room were in these exhibitions and can say more about them. But I think it was interesting that there was a certain kind of openness, and it also makes me think of a statement by the Indian theater director and theoretician Rustam Buracha, who, in talking about the idea of Asia, made a kind of a statement that maybe India doesn't need the concept or the idea of Asia as much as Singapore does. And I think that we can talk about what that statement means, but I think it's interesting that I think at least in the context of Southeast Asia, there's a certain transnationalism that's at work because Singapore was looking at artists across Asia, and whereas China was just looking at women artists in China, and there wasn't this kind of openness or thinking. There wasn't maybe a need to do that. And women imaging women was also kind of thinking across the region. So that's kind of interesting, and maybe addressing the question of what is South Asia contributing to thinking about these questions, right? And that Pamela was asking us. So, okay. Then we get to Womanifesto, which was, I think, an interesting example of an international art exhibition, because one of the things that we think about Womanifesto as being about women artists, but is actually when the project was started, it was explicitly billed as an international art exhibition that was 50% domestic and 50% outside Thailand, right? And so I think that was a kind of really important aspect of the project that maybe doesn't get as much attention as it should. And you can see the kind of the internationalism, the transnationalism that's visible in the photo. You had Amanda Heng from Singapore, Mela from Indonesia, artists from different parts of Asia and elsewhere in the world, right? And so I think that was kind of really on view in the case of Womanifesto, aside from the fact that it was also artist organized. So that was also the distinctiveness, and that it actually was not just one exhibition, but actually, depending on how you count it, 3 or 4 or 5 or some number. Oh, keep doing that, sorry. Okay. And all of this, of course, is happening at a moment when there's also more social movement that's happening in regards to women issues. So, on the left you have Tradisection, which was the exhibition that preceded Womanifesto, which was, I think, explicitly designed for thinking about the issues facing sex workers, right? And artists' interventions in that project. And then on the right, the Bangkok Post with their cover story on Portrait of the Artist as a Thai Woman. And we can see Patawan here and also Pinari here. Both of them are in the room. And actually, all 5 of these artists were also in Womanifesto. Yeah. So then we get back to this question, we get back to the question of what is the import or thinking why, what's the meaning of thinking of women artists in Southeast Asia? And I think what is the significance of this project? And one thing we can do is go back and adopt the Guerrilla Girl kind of approach. Statistically, it contributed 36 entries, right? Yeah, 36 entries. So that's something, right? That gives us 36 additional artists for people who are starting out, who want to learn, hey, who are women artists in Southeast Asia? That's something that you can actually, tangibly contribute. It's a meaningful contribution to knowledge, right, in the general public. And that's not nothing. That's actually really important. And it's coming at a moment when there's greater attention, I think, to artists, either women artists of Asia or diasporic women artists of Asia. And here you can see Pasita Abad, Marni, Teresa Hakyangcha, all 3 of whom have been receiving great attention in the last few years, right? And so I think this is coming at a moment that is very hospitable for this kind of research, but there's much more that needs to be done in this regard. And so I think it's great that this project, The Flow of History, is contributing to that. And certainly I think that, in regards to Womanifesto, the question of inclusion and representation is something that we, at AA have tried to do, not just in terms of, digitizing the archive, but also making them visible in terms of exhibitions, right? So there was the exhibition that was at Asia Art Archive itself, And then when A was part of Documenta 15, Womanifesto was included as part of the 3 collectives that were on view, thinking about how artists can be also vehicles of transmission of knowledge, right? And thinking about what they do as organizers. And it's been interesting to see how that also has had the snowball effect, so that Womanifesto has now also participated in exhibitions in Guangzhou in Scotland, in Sharjah, and many others to come. So that, that effect, it has been really important. But, and also in Lahore Biennale, individually I've continued to kind of, include Womanifesto. This is their Womanifesto portfolio. And then also individual members, so Paptawan's work from Lahore Biennale, and also Nilüfer Ahmed, her project working with a different collective. But I would say that it was also what was, for me, speaking personally, what was important is not just kind of making sure that they were included or that they were represented or we have X number of women artists, but also thinking about the principles and values that were at stake. And this was something that was communicated, I think, this project, the digitization of Womanifesto, took place during the pandemic. We were all stuck at home. We spent a lot of time talking on Zoom. So Varsha talked about WhatsApp. For me, it was the Zoom sessions that were really important. And it was like the relationships that were really important that came forward, right? That became kind of like the really kind of prevalent thing. And specifically, the way that I think, one lesson that really stayed with me was how, for the last edition of Womanifesto in 2008, Pamparohom, who was Tuk's mother-in-law, was included not just, as part of a helper or kind of like a support worker or a host, but actually as one of the resident artists, right? And I think this addresses Kawita's point about women labor, right? Labor is often acknowledged that, just kind of something that's support. And it's not something that, we understand as like vital to what we do. And I think it was really important that for this edition of Manifesto, Pamparohom was actually included, and not just that she was included as an artist, but also the kind of work she was doing, working with craft, that was every day, that was actually acknowledged and valued as such, right? And I think that was really important. And so you can see, the work that she's doing supporting other artists, but also the work that she made herself. And so I think there's this openness to authorship that was really kind of, that I took with me. So going back to Lahore Biennale, when I invited Womanifesto, for various reasons, the members weren't able to come, but we executed We Mend with women on the ground. And so there was faculty members in the textile, fashion, accessory department at the Beacon House National University who realized that their iteration of We Mend. So in some ways, it was a co-shared authorship. And then they invited other collectives of rural workers and also trans craftspeople to contribute. And so there was this this exploding authorship of this, right? That became that We Men became the site of, right? And that was really, I think, part of the extension of thinking about and thinking with Womanifesto. And then also another project, which was Museo Solar. This is normally a project by the artist Thomas Saraceno, but this was done with a women's college. And in this case, it was about recycling plastic bags. But working with the women's college, it became a whole other project. And what I really appreciate about this was that, if you look at other iterations, they're done with the Liam in Seoul or whatever. It's just the institution makes it happen and then that's it. But here, it was really the Kinnaird College of Women University, that's really the name of the institution. They really took the authorship of it and they made it their own. And so in that sense, I think that sense of opening up, is something that's just as important as just kind of having greater inclusion and representation. And so I guess I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and I invite everybody to come back for maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. We're a little bit short in time. Thank you very much, John, for all these reflections and also for thinking about complementarity among our initiatives, I believe very much in partnership for this reason. And also when we invited people to the committee, we also wanted to really have a group of diverse perspectives from different countries. So complementarity is something extremely important for us. And thank you too for being honest with the AAA numbers from the beginning. I think that self-reflexivity is also something extremely important for us, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to organize this panel that's a kind of behind the scenes to take Bing's vocabulary. And so I believe that the panel, but also the first panel, allowed us to address some of the initial questions and aspects we wanted to share today. It came back to the very initial terms of the project, reflecting on this, but also on what we did produce, on how we can review and broaden our methodologies, how we can strengthen connections beyond regions and geographies, and how our work can also have more impact. And I think that all these questions are extremely important to bring about change, systemic change, to address all these inequalities. So with this, I would like to open to you, if you have, because I believe the initial questions we wanted the panel to address were notably these aspects about the methodologies, our work, and so maybe there are questions from external audiences always very important.
Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting panel. I wonder whether you also pay attention in archival work, historical work, about funding of art, because having worked with a number of foundations that supported work on women exhibition in the 90s, 2000, etc., quite early on. I mean, I think funding also make a difference. And going toward the future where there will be less funding for issues related to diversity, women, etc., I wonder whether enough attention is being given not only to methodology, artists, etc., but actually to funding financial support of art, particularly related to social issue, in this case, gender issues.
Well, I guess one way of saying this, I think gender is not necessarily a sexy issue in terms of like funders, although actually Asia Archive was able to find a group of people who were specifically interested in supporting gender. So that was the initial support for building collections related to gender, and that's why actually we were able to develop so many collections, is because there was that funding to support that. And I think for this project, there was funding to support AWARE, collaborating with AA on this project as well.
I mean, more in the history, some of the exhibition you support were supported by Ford Foundation or Rockefeller Foundation or other foundation in the past. I wonder whether you also pay attention in the history of who has been supporting, what have been the challenges, because that also shaped some of this movement.
Well, yeah,
so
I think
it's more in the historical work.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really important point. I think, Manifesto, I mean, Varsha can speak more to this, but there was funding from specific institutions, Hoontrakul Foundation, for instance, others. And in the 1990s, part of the reason why there could be these kind of independent and artist-led initiatives was because there was support for artistic interventions, cultural interventions to support civil society development, civil society discourse. I think that was a very important kind of a motivator and contribution for the development of these kinds of projects.
In our case, for instance, we published some interviews with collectors of women artists. That's something we did. And funding is, of course, something very important, because if we speak about system, indeed, that resources are always the basis for being able to do something. In case of Waew, of course, looking for funding, as we are an NGO, is also a big part of our own work. And when we create this archive online, we remunerate all the contributors. So it's also important for us that authors, but also images, etc., our copyrights are paid. And we have some research grants that also allows us to encourage research on gender questions.
Not familiar.
Okay, Sarena was just prompting me. I'm not sure if this responds to your question, but historically, there are at least 2 archives in the Philippines that really point to focus on women's work, women artists' work, and that doesn't mean just artists, but writing. So the Ateneo de Manila University has a it's called ALIO, Ateneo Library of Women's Writing, which is a small unit within its library system. So that's rather stable, but it's a small unit. And then there's also Purita Calo Ledesma archive, and that comes from an old family, very strong women who were, had suffragists in their lineage, and they continue on. But I mean, that's a totally interesting story. But instead of doing art, they kind of attended to the maintenance work. So that's a different maybe panel altogether. But yeah.
Are there any other questions? There's one question in the back.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I have a question about sort of related to the visibility of the research with respect to the artists and their own socio-political context. So I'm thinking about, especially trans feminist lenses and artists who may be working in modes where the issues of their work may actually be in contradiction to laws of certain regimes in the region or censorship. And I'm wondering, as you all are considering your research, your outlets for publication, the language of the research, how you think through these questions of attention between visibility and offering counter narratives, and then also the kind of safety and ecosystem of these practices as they are situated.
Thank you. Is this mic working?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Ariana. I feel like that was something I tried to talk about. I think at the core of that question, which obviously is something I think we can all attest to some degree, is the concept of what is a liberal or illiberal context. And so then it begs the question of like freedom of expression. So I feel like in these areas, as a writer and editor, the every text or every image that becomes published becomes an archive for reference. So I completely understand what you're saying, which I think then goes back to the question of close reading and how you write about something while maintaining the kind of integrity of describing the work, describing the artist's motivations, perhaps their own political aspirations to come into being in a society that they exist in, while at the same time covering the work in a way that doesn't reduce it to the context of its apprehension. So I think, for example, you brought up censorship. I think it's really interesting, for example, when reviews of exhibitions get passed over for coverage on censorship. So I think that's a very clear example of when discursive work that could be more interesting as to, for example, why an artist chooses to work in a context like Vietnam or Singapore or wherever else you're operating. They choose to stay and choose to live there, or perhaps to go back to the funding question, that perhaps there is no other place that they could operate to get a scholarship, to move or travel to another another context to work or study. Versus, just saying that, oh, the work was censored at this location. But then I think also having artists who choose and really thrive off of that kind of mediatized lens. So I think for me, I always try to balance the two. And I think in the first year of the program, I talked about Shivana Spong's work, and she's an artist who I love, and I love working with her because not about censorship, but I think the way she deals with her own experience as a mixed race, diasporic person doesn't give the satisfactory answer to a receiver of the work. But she herself, I think to go back to what I was saying earlier, perhaps not so eloquently, was she sees herself as a receiver of references. So in that sense, her own production is necessarily uneven. So it doesn't give a kind of homogeneous answer to someone who receives the work. I don't know if that answers your question.
I'd like to just add to what Bing said. I think if we center the analysis on the work, then it allows us a more complicated portrait of the question, right? Because it would be, you can fall into stereotypes that we often see in the press about censorship in a very black and white way. But if we look at the work itself and trace the material conversations that it's having, or the artistic genealogy that it's referencing, or the artist that this work is also in conversation with, then I think then that allows us to see the complexity of the work.
One last thing I'll add is also that that I wanted to talk about earlier, which is I think what you're getting at also is choice and agency, and then that's really tied to a kind of particular kind of subjectivity, which is liberal, nationalist, secular, and then that's a kind of one type of subject. But I think to think about, for example, working in the region is to necessarily complicate that, because then it allows us to think about people who follow conventional behavior or follow quote unquote, censorious behavior, or to choose to be, to choose to follow and to abide by certain regimes, and what that allows for their own formation of art or a self. So I think that's the more interesting question for me, is to ask why artists choose to work in the context that they work in.
And also maybe to add to that, the question of how artists work as much as what the content of the work is itself. So thinking not just like, like I think Chương-Đài was saying, like to think about the artwork, but I think how the artwork is made and who it's made with and what counts as an artwork. I think that, artists can make choices not just in terms of what gets said explicitly, but also how it gets said. And so, that in itself is something that is not necessarily as readily censorable, and it's also not necessarily about, saying, oh, this or that, but it can designate certain forms of solidarity that might not be visible otherwise. So I think, in the case of Nguyen, the fact that it was made with trans craftspeople, but there wasn't a statement about it. It was just done, and so there was nothing to censor per se. it was just there.
Thank you very much for being with us. The afternoon is very long, but it's not over yet. Thank you to all the panelists for sharing. And I'll give over to Özge.
Thank you to all the speakers. So before we wrap up today's program, what we would like to do is to invite two of our esteemed colleagues from Bangkok to give their reflections on today's discussions. But I also would like to say just a couple of words. I really want to go back to what John was saying earlier. I agree with him that this is a really exciting time to have this type of conversations. As you say, there are more and more artists who are complicating the way that we're talking about gender diversity in terms of the curatorial work, institutional practice. We have this type of arenas and platforms to exchange ideas and to learn from each other. And also, I believe there's more resources supporting this type of project. So for us, it's very important to be here, to be with you and in conversation with all of you. And with that, I would like to invite our first respondent for the concluding remarks, Pojai Akratanakul, who's a Bangkok-based curator and cultural producer. She was the co-curator of the Bangkok Art Biennale 2024, curatorial section lead and assistant curator for the previous two editions of the Biennale in 2020 and 2022, and also the Spirits of Maritime Crossing, a collateral event to the 60th Venice Biennale. Her work and research focus on institutional critique, institution building, and artistic discourse in Southeast Asia. Thank you so much, Pojai, for joining us to give reflections from your side.
Thank you, Özge. I will try to be quick because it's been a long day, and I know we are hungry, and it's also Sunday, the end of the week, with my last two grandchildren. So good evening. First of all, I would like to start by thanking the Asia Art Archive, Waew, and Jim Thompson Art Center for organizing this important program. Thank you, Jiep, Özge, and Nina, for inviting me to present one of the closing addresses. The fact that this program is convening today for the third time speaks volumes about the commitment of the organizers in creating visibility for the practices of women and non-binary artists from Southeast Asia. And with the work and dedication put into by the team, as we have just witnessed today, I see this program more than just a programmatic choice, but actually an act of making space and making space for the underrepresented or the uncommon voices, either due to gender or just by coming from this region. And also an act of intervention into global contemporary art, challenging the mainstream Western-centric art history and also the patriarchal lens. First, I would like to start with the importance of the archives and how we activate it. I know a lot of people have touched upon this topic already. The sharing of these stories and the research today presented both by art historians with the methodological framework and also by artists like Kawita, who are the producer, and Varsha from Wu Manifesto, sharing the first-hand experience, is a synergy that could be viewed as an activation of the archive by giving it life and connecting it to real faces, as well as linking it to today and what is happening now. One quick note is that the real dilemma of the archive perhaps is always how it requires to have depth, how it requires to always be fact-checked, well-structured. These foundations are necessary, of course, for the user to access it easier, and I argue that it's extremely needed for Southeast Asia, where contemporary art is still very fragmented and that history is still being written. However, another point we have covered in the first panel and many panels is that the archive of Southeast Asia can also be very intimate, and oftentimes it's very unintentional. It contains the everyday objects, it contains the personal memory, Like how Grace brought up in her presentation, I think she said to complete the archive is to also acknowledge the gap in between and the parallel space, or how Kasamaponn talked about Somporn Rodbun, and when she was going through her archive, she found so many personal collections and magazine clippings and those things. So there is this intimacy of the archive of Southeast Asian art, definitely. So the question is this: how do we articulate all of this? How do we keep the structure and at the same time keep the balance between making a good quality archive that is so needed for our region, but retain the true nature of it, like how Bing said, retain the integrity. And at the same time, it's also asking the question of what do we choose to remember, as well as what we choose to disregard, leave, or forget, as well as what we choose to edit, translate, shorten, render, or what we even choose to produce and make new things out of it. And all of these require serious consideration, because to build an archive is coming from a standpoint with authority. It's like you have the authority to be able to choose what is remembered or what is not being remembered. So of course it requires serious consideration and also reconsideration and even correction, like Grace mentioned. Further thinking about the archive for the sake of the future, I would also like to pose these questions. When building archive, how do we speculate and make sure that the future generations really benefit from it? And how do we make both this rigidity of the archive and the intimacy of the archive approachable? How do we make sure it will be read, studied, and taken further, thereby fulfilling its purpose? And I know a lot of the speakers already touched upon this already, but this is just one of the points. Another point is I would like to pivot our attention to the persistent issue of professional precarity in Southeast Asia. And I think Kasamaponn mentioned that with her practice, her work with Somporn Rodbun, as well as Varsha has voiced it, how Womanifesto has experienced over the past 28 years. Right? 28 years. Yeah. So it's actually, so today we heard stories about logistical struggles, stories about challenges, stories from behind the scenes. But at the same time, we also hear a story about solidarity and strength, and of friends coming together as practitioners and exceed their scope of individual practices. And we hear stories of people trying to build a non-existing community. So I think this is one of the things that resonate deeply with me. As a woman curator who's actively engaging in this region of the past, I realized the issue of precarity is something that are so common, even from 30 years ago or to today. And we are aware, coming from this region, that we always have to try extra hard to juggle and make by within the given means. But at the same, I see a lot of people smiling and nodding, and having to manage with what has to be managed. Especially when Southeast Asian art takes such a small portion in art history of global contemporary art, and also a small portion in the art market in comparison to other regions. But it's important to note this precarity, because precarity is one of the core reasons why our art history is so fragmented. Because when artists or practitioners are forced to constantly fight for survival or simply to make ends meet, there is simply no energy left to work on something that's so time-consuming, such as the archive. And the archive sometimes are treated as an afterthought. So that's my second point. And lastly, I would like to end with a reflection on Kawita's presentation. Kawita has been the artist that I've collaborated with frequently, and I've been very lucky to work with her. And one of the projects that I keep going back to is The Voice of the Oppressed in 2022. And it's the work that she showed, she just showed you, the one with the gunpowder machine.
So if comparing Voice of the Oppressed with the latest work of the machine ghost in the human shell, one of the similarity I could notice, and it's very clear actually, is how the artist try to highlight between shifting between the two modes of her body herself being controlled versus she trying to regain control back. And it's either by the use of the machine, like the latest work by the muscle simulator, or either through just using her imagination or just mental manipulation. And it dawned on me, and as Kawita has clearly presented in all of her works actually, is that the switching between these two modes of being controlled or versus taking control back isn't just an artistic theme, but actually a constant reality for many women and non-binary artists and art workers, especially for us in this region. We understand the requirement that we often have to work extra hard simply to just establish and to take control of our own voice. And therefore, Kawita's work is not just a commentary, but a reflection of a professional reality that urgently demands acknowledgement. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to all the speakers and the organizer of today's event. And programs and archive activations like this, like the flow of history, is crucial for developing Southeast Asia art scene. Although I know Chương-Đài and Pamela has pointed out, it's problematic to look at Southeast Asia from a regionalistic view, and we are aware of that. It's important that we try to occupy this small space in global art history, and that we ensure this work is recognized and seen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pojai. So for the second and the final speech, for the closing remarks, I would like to invite Adulaya Kim Hoontrakul, who's a Bangkok-based curator and the current director of the Bangkok Art and Culture Center. Her current research is focused on decolonial dialogues, transculturation, and the politics of display. Her upcoming and recent curatorial projects include Bangkok Art Biennale in 2026, Zomia in the Cloud 2023, and Spectra Synthesis 2 in 2019, and I Am You, Basan Tikitet's retrospective in 2017. Adulaya, thanks so much for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you for having me as one of the closing statement speakers. So thank you for staying through this remarkable day. We are now at the close of the Flow of History program here in Bangkok, and I feel a quiet weight of in this moment, in gratitude and reflection, and perhaps most importantly of responsibility. As you know, this day has been a part of a wider current of a combination of 3-year research initiative co-led by Asian Art Archive, aware and hosted so generously by the Jim Thompson Art Center. It's been a journey that has brought together scholars, curators, artists, and thinkers from across Southeast Asia and beyond. But as we all know, history doesn't truly move in neat timelines or formal sessions. History flows, sometimes hidden, sometimes breaking the surface with force, sometimes remembered only in fragments, and sometimes intentionally erased. Today, we've been reminded that the flow of history is not neutral. It is certainly shaped by those who archive and those who narrate, just as importantly by those who have been omitted. This program is entitled The Flow of History, as inspired by the haunting and profound poem by Tueti Herati, A Woman's Portrait, 1938. So let me take a moment to return to that poem, because I believe it holds an emotional heart in our work. So this is a translation. cited from the Poetry Translation Center. Herati describes a woman captured in a painting, adorned with ear studs and bracelets, draped in green and yellow fabric, but behind this image lies something deeper. The poem reads, "The sash conceals her pregnancy. The death she is carrying can't be disguised. The life she carries will grasp and cling on. Yearning, restlessness, and the turmoil of fear are not recorded in the brushstrokes." This verse is like so much of what we've heard today. Reminds us that the surface is never the full story. So much of women's and non-binary histories in Southeast Asian art, indeed, in all art histories, have been similarly unrecorded and distorted or hidden from view. Herati concludes, "The painting, with its final brilliant gesture, only fully reveals this face when it is framed by memory." And that is precisely what has been done. Together, we've started to frame forgotten faces with memory. We've reclaimed stories, practices that once lived in silence. We've reframed art history not as fixed canons, but as living, breathing constellations. Over the past few hours, we've been privileged to witness the kind of scholarship and artistic insight that doesn't merely observe history, but is actively reshaping it. From today's discussion on research methodologies and archives, we've heard how the process of gathering, storing, and interpreting knowledge is never neutral, whether it's oral history, institutional archive, or informal community records, that each choice, each omission, each voice matters. We've also been inspired by Pamela Quarry, Waew's Saengsuratham, Yvonne Low, Varsha, Nair, Marni Williams, and Grace Samboh, whose approach to archiving is about questioning the physical matters presented and its extended digital forms, where we saw clearly that archiving is not only technical, but ethical. It is about whose lives and labors we make visible and those who risk erasing, no matter how that story was told, even group chats. We've also been inspired by Kawita, Vatanajyankur's performance work, which blurred the boundary between the body and the machine, between care and labor. Her presence reminded us that women artistic labor often lives in the edge of visibility, caught between performance and survival. And in our final discussion, we looked forward. The reflections from scholars and curators like Sarena Abdullah, Eileen Legaspi-Ramirez, John Tain, Chương-Đài, Wong Binghao offered not just a summary, but a vision. A sense that gendered history in Southeast Asia are not simply about inclusion, they are about restructuring the very term by which art history is written and remembered. So what do we carry forward from here? We carry forward a call to remain critical, careful, committed. We carry forward an understanding that the story of women and non-binary artists across Southeast Asia are not supplementary, that they are central to understanding the artistic, cultural, and political landscape of this region. We carry forward the insight that diversity is not a destination, but a method, an approach that demands that we stay attentive to difference, to silence, and to context. And we carry forward, I hope, a renewed sense of solidarity amongst researchers, amongst institutions, amongst artists whose work bends, reshapes, resists the flow of forgetting. Let me close by returning to Herati's metaphor of a face only revealed fully when framed by memory. What has been done today and over the past 3 years is to begin that framing. It is unfinished work because it is ongoing and necessarily collective. So let us continue this current with care, with critique, and courage. May the flow of history carry these stories onwards, and may we be brave enough to meet and shape it. Thank you.